Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. Not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, my friends. Today is Tuesday, July 15th, 2025. And we're supposed to go to Colorado today. And look, I got my buff hat on and everything. We're so on top of this. Good morning. Good morning to every okay. I put Nightbot in here, and why is Nightbot like timing people out? Hold on. I don't know. I thought I was doing something really cool by putting Nightbot in there, and then it just all of a sudden started like deleting people. I have no idea. I guess I'm going to have to figure out how to use it. Hold on, or take this person off. Nightbot just went a little crazy. Hang on. I guess Nightbot is it's supposed to be like automated. You know, it gives you like you can put in for the merch link and all of this other stuff, and like it just started timing people out for no apparent reason. So I apologize if that just happened to you. Welcome to all. I'm going to have to remove Nightbot as a goodbye. Hi, good morning to all the students from Auntie Deb's class. Thanks so much for coming over, and for Auntie Deb for coming with you. Did you guys do some summer reading this morning? Did you do summer reading with Yellow Cottage Cheese's book this morning? I saw some of that a little the other day. And boy, that's comedy gold right there, huh? Wow. I mean, who even Nightbot is working for the Massachusetts State Police? I have no idea why that happened, but whatever, man. Whatever, man. I don't know. Are you reading Yellow Cottage Tales book? Yellow Cottage Cheese is what I call the person who wrote that book, and who even made that person like an author. That's crazy. I'm going to have to go back and check it later. Well, you know, I was so on top of it yesterday. You know how I always do my streams last minute, and I give you maybe like an hour's notice. Maybe sometimes I just go on with breaking news and there's no warning. And then you just catch me on the replay, and that's all cool. But so what had happened was yesterday, the jury was finally selected on this wackadoo case out of Colorado, this James Craig trial, this anti-dentite. I'm an anti-dentite. He's a dentist who allegedly slowly poisoned his wife because, you know, after 23 years, I guess he had enough, and they had 6 kids together. And he was on the sugar daddy website. He had some sugar babies and all. And so I'm like, great. Let's set up the stream for tomorrow morning. We're doing openings because the only thing, according to the media order, that was allowed to be streamed is openings and closings. And so I'm like, great, I'll set it up. It's going to be 8:30 Colorado time. It's 10:30 New York time. And then I get this morning. Here, as a friendly reminder, the judge is not opening the public live streaming feed for James Craig's trial. For anyone wishing to gather information about the case, you can attend in person in Division 201 or Request court transcripts at a future date. Great. Thanks. Thanks so much. So what they're going to, apparently the cameras are allowed in, but they're not allowed to live stream it. So we're going to have to catch up on the live. We're going to have to do opening statements later. And what we're going to do this morning is go over the arrest affidavit for those of you who aren't aware of the ridiculousness of this case. Yeah, a lot of these crazy dentists, right? We're going to go over his arrest warrant and show you just how stupid he was. And then here, the 18th Judicial District Attorney's Office said 13 hours ago, opening statements in the trial of James Craig will begin tomorrow, Tuesday morning, in Division 201 at the Arapahoe County Courthouse. While the courthouse is open to the public, seating is limited. Please arrive early. So they don't want us to see it in real time. We're going to have to catch up on it later. But don't worry, because I still have the arrest affidavit to read to you. And here, let's put Chaka in the corner up there because, again, we're in the land of the lost. This time we're in Colorado. Good. So you guys who don't know anything about it, we're going to read the arrest warrant so you can see. I don't know. Is this guy dumber than Brian Walsh? We're going to have to find out with his Google searches. So the public does have a right to view the whole proceeding. I 100% agree with you. However, the media order and the judge in Colorado, which is how they pronounce it, if you live there, because, you know, I spent many years in Colorado, undergrad at CU Boulder, and then law school at DU Live, and they're recording it to apparently play it later or to release it later. So I don't know. I don't know. All I can say is nobody's got it up for a live stream, so we can't stream it, and I can't go into the court Zoom because it's not open to the public. It's only open to the parties. And also there's like some really strict order that if you rebroadcast it, they'll sanction you and make you pay lots of money and who knows what else. But did anybody see this crazy flooding yesterday? This is in, look at this. This is in New York City. Look at that. It's insane. I saw some more crazy video. This is New York City last night. Some more crazy video in the subway. And this is New Jersey yesterday. But these cars are underwater. We had some crazy storms, a lot of rain very quickly. And then here, I think this is the 28th Street subway station. Why are these people not getting off this subway car? Look, they're on a subway car. For the love of the traveling Mary, are you kidding me? And they're just videotaping. I can't. I can't. Yes. That's insane. I think I would just literally have a nervous breakdown and just freak out. I know. It's insane. All right. Well, so much for that crazy flooding. But what we're going to do today is we're going to go over the arrest warrant of James Craig, which is going to show you all of the crazy things that he did and why he's facing charges. And hopefully later when they release the opening statements, we can play them on a delay and go over them together and watch them together. But that's insane. I don't know. I don't even know how they would open the doors of the subway. That just freaks me out. I'm going to have nightmares about that. I guarantee. That's insane. I don't know. Why are more people more worried about streaming than saving their lives? It's wild. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane. All right, so let's move on. Apparently, also the daughter in the this honor alleged attempted murder trial is going to testify around noon. We can pivot over to that if you want to. I haven't watched much of that trial already. I watched some of it, but is it just me, or is every trial after Karen Read like a letdown? Is it just me? Because the Karen Read trial was so exciting, and there was something happening every day, and it was fun. And I just feel like every trial that we're going to cover after that is just going to be kind of a letdown. I don't know. I'll try and be enthusiastic about other trials, but I watched I listened. I don't even know if I was watching the openings of the honor, what are they calling it? The honor attempted murder trial. It's a girl whose parents had like an arranged marriage for her, and the parents showed up outside the school, and then the father like strangled her and tried to like, he's on trial for attempted murder, and so is the mother because she came after the girl too. But then allegedly the daughter is going to say the mother was just looking out for me. She wasn't trying to kill me. And then all of the students at the high school, it happened outside the high school in Washington State. Outside the high school were videotaping the event. So everything is on video. And it was boring, right? The opening statements were boring. There are no Alan Jackson and David Dinetti and Bob Olson. I mean, even Hank Brennan and Alan Lally were more exciting than the people that I watched. And I was just like, I just can't get into it. I'm going to try. We're going to have to try to get into something else because I did have a whole show planned for last night and then things just got away from me. And that we covered that crazy trial of Sam Haskell, the fourth, back when it first started. You guys remember that? It was in like November of 2023. This crazy guy, he's the son of a famous Hollywood agent, Sam Haskell. He's accused of, he was in jail for allegedly cutting up his wife and putting her in a dumpster. But first thing he tried to do was try to get a bunch of day laborers to come and take the trash bags away. We covered this story when it first happened. He took his own life in jail on Saturday. They found him in jail. Apparently he cut his wrists and he's gone. Word is that he was going to plead guilty, but it was right before the preliminary hearing, 2 days before the preliminary hearing. And he appeared in court twice with his shirt off. Do you remember? You guys might remember. But apparently all of the more evidence was going to come out at the preliminary hearing, and he was going to plead guilty. And apparently, allegedly, you know, he pulled a Jeffrey Epstein in jail. And so that trial will not happen, but that's crazy. Yeah. And they never found her parents. No, they never found her parents. I have a whole thing planned on that. We can cover that later, but let's do this first since we're here. Let's do the arrest warrant in the district court, Arapahoe County, Colorado, for the dentist, James Craig, father of 5. This goes back to 2023. I covered a bit of it the other day. And now we're going to read the arrest affidavit. Chaka. The Alan Jackson interview in Vanity Fair is old, KLM. And that magazine cover that you're all seeing out there on the tubes of you and on the as such other social media, that's a mock-up of a Vanity Fair cover. That's not real. So the AJ interview in Vanity Fair, I covered that when it first came out, which was maybe a week ago. Julie Miller wrote it a while ago, but that Vanity Fair cover is not real. That is something that was mocked up and put on Alan Jackson's website along with the article. So I don't want anybody to be confused and think that's a real Vanity Fair cover, unless anybody can prove it to me otherwise. No, there was one with the glare, but there is one on Alan Jackson's website. Thank you, KLM, for your super chat. And look at Marissa here, almost a year of Mel Law School. Thanks for hanging out with me for 10 months. And Priscilla says, yes, all the trials since Karen have been a letdown. I know. I know. Yeah, didn't I say 6 kids? That they have 6 kids? Lori, I thought I said 6 kids. Chaka is at home with this whack case. It is. All right, here we go. People of the state of Colorado, to all peace officers in the state, greetings. This was filed on March 20th of 2023. This is when the original charges were filed. A complaint in writing under oath has been made, and it appears that there are reasonable grounds for believing that between March 6, 2023 through March 15th, 2023, at 6795 South Robertsdale Way in the city of Aurora in Arapahoe County and state of Colorado, James Tolliver Craig, date of birth 2/11/78, race white, gender male, height 5'9", weight 185 pounds, hair blonde, eyes blue. I just want to point out that I don't know, not to disparage the vertically challenged, but you know, I don't know, is 5'9" like a sugar daddy? I don't know. And also this guy was in like so much debt. He was not a sugar daddy at all. He was misrepresenting himself on the sugar daddy and or sugar baby website. I'm not sure which website it was, but maybe this affidavit is going to tell us. And the corn cop's like, easy there. Look, he looks like he's about 12. He's like, I don't know how old he was here. I think he was like 45. Did then and there commit the crime of first-degree murder after deliberation, as that crime is defined by CRS 183102-1A, respectively, and as further set forth in the complaint attached hereto and made a part hereof. I'll hire hetero. I'm not discriminating. I'll get all the hate comments later. Don't worry. That picture is frightening. He was a broke daddy, is what he was. He was a broke daddy. You are therefore commanded to arrest James Tolliver Craig, date of birth 2/11/78. Oh, he's giving us Aquarius a bad name. And bring him before the nearest available district court without unnecessary delay to be dealt with according to law. Issued this 18th day of March 2023. No bond for him. No bond for you. No bond for you. Anti-dentite. Okay, here we go. Affidavit of probable cause for the arrest warrant. Okay, here's the other wacky thing. This is filed in March of 2023 when he's first arrested. The detective who filled this out, her name is Bobbi Olson. He also tried to hire one of his fellow inmates in jail to take her life while he was in jail. So he caught some other charges while he was in jail. 5 new charges while he was in jail. He was only initially charged with the death of his wife, and now he tried to hire somebody to take Bobbi Olson's wife. But anyway, Bobbi Olson filled out this affidavit. I, Detective Bobbi Olson, one of lawful age and being first sworn upon oath, state that I have probable cause for believing that defendant James Oliver Craig, date of birth 2/11/78, race white, gender male, height 5'9", weight 185 pounds, hair blonde, eyes blue, did commit the crimes of first-degree murder after deliberation, class F1 felony. Your affiant, Bobbi Olson, is a police detective with the City of Aurora Police Department and has been employed since. Oh, yeah, we know what his lawyers did. We discussed it the other day. Yeah, but we'll get to that afterwards. I don't want to I just want to read through this first. Yeah, 2 of his lawyers withdrew right before the trial was supposed to start. One of them burned his own house down, allegedly, maybe, and was sitting on the porch. I think he has mental health issues. And then his wife, who was co-counsel, is still continuing with the case. She's the one who picked a jury the other day. And she hired co-counsel. So they thought there was going to be another delay, but there was not. Yeah, Judge Cannoni has not been assigned to Karen's case, so let's not go there. So much misinformation. People glom onto one thing and then it spreads like wildfire. That's why we don't do rumors here. We can talk about that later. Yeah, I think, do you think that's his mugshot or his booking photo? That is crazy. It looks like a passport picture. No, passport picture would have to have a white background, right? I mean, come on, dude. It looks like it's like a class photo from maybe 11th grade because he's got a little tiny bit of mustache. Little tiny bit of. The trial's not going to be live. They're not even showing us openings live. All right. Bobbi Olson is a police detective with the City of Aurora Police Department and has been employed since July of 2013. Your affiant was previously a licensed peace officer in Minnesota from 2004 to 2013. Your affiant has authored numerous search and arrest warrants while participating in individual and organized crime-related investigations. Additionally, your affiant has conducted and supervised hundreds of investigations in both an overt and covert capacity. Your affiant is currently assigned as detective with the Aurora Police Department Major Crime Homicide Unit. Your affiant is responsible for investigating significant incidents of violent crime, focusing on homicides, attempt homicides, and officer-involved shootings. Your affiant has conducted numerous investigations in this capacity and routinely utilizes search warrants for residences, vehicles, cellular call data, detail records, social media accounts, etc., as an investigative tool when appropriate. As a detective, your affiant is authorized to carry firearms, execute warrants, make arrests for offenses against the state of Colorado, as well as perform other duties as authorized by state and federal law. Your affiant has completed thousands of hours of training over her career, beginning with the basic police academy. In addition, your affiant received a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Metropolitan State University. Facts below are based on personal knowledge and or interviews with witnesses and fellow officers and or review of official law enforcement reports. Kindergarten cop, you want me to time you out? You know what's supposed to happen today also, because it's in my calendar, but obviously it's not going to be broadcast, and I didn't even double check the docket, but also in Colorado is the Soliman preliminary hearing in Boulder for the guy who was throwing Molotov cocktails on the Pearl Street Mall that day. I think we covered it live. And one of the victims has sadly died, and his charges have been upgraded. I'm not even sure if it's actually happening. I'm sorry, Jeff Sneaker Arena. It wasn't me. It was this crazy thing called Nightbot. I thought I was being so productive this weekend, and really just turned out to be a whole bunch of wasted time. On March 15th, 2023, at approximately 11:08 a.m., victim Angela Craig, date of birth 4/15/1979, presented herself to University Hospital because she had a severe headache and was experiencing dizziness. Angela was accompanied by her brother Mark Prey, 424 Pommel Drive, Payson, Utah, and later met by her husband James Craig. At approximately 2 p.m., Angela experienced a seizure and began to rapidly decline mentally. Eventually, she was placed on life support in the intensive care unit. Hospital medical personnel could not find a known medical condition that would have caused Angela's rapid medical decline. Your affiant was told James was a dentist who worked at the Summerbrook Dental Group. Shout out to Summerbrook Dental Group. James was business partners with Ryan Redfern, also a dentist. Ryan and his wife, Michelle Redfern, are friends with James and Angela. On March 15th of 2023, James communicated with Michelle via text message from his cell phone and informed Michelle that Angela had been admitted to University Hospital and her condition was grave. Thanks, Grace. Michelle called Ryan and they both responded to University Hospital. At the hospital, Ryan spoke with one of the attending nurses regarding his suspicion that Angela was the possible victim of poisoning. Ryan explained to the nurse that James recently ordered potassium cyanide for their dental practice, adding that there was no medical reason or purpose to order potassium cyanide for a dental practice. Well, as a mandatory reporter, the nurse called the police and an investigation ensued. Well, Ryan threw his buddy under the bus, his partner. Tough day for the dental office. But I mean, good on him for getting this thing solved faster than it probably otherwise would have been. The Major Crime Homicide Unit was contacted and took over the investigation. On March 16th of 2023, in the early morning hours, your affiant spoke with Ryan and Michelle Redfern at the Aurora Police Department headquarters, where they had volunteered to talk with your affiant. Ryan began by saying that he and James had been business partners since August of 2022, when Ryan acquired James's dental practice, which had been struggling financially. Ryan stated, although he recently took over James's dental practice, they have known each other for over 20 years and went to dental school together. Ryan described James as a risk taker and found out he had filed for bankruptcy in 2021 and was on the verge of bankruptcy again. Ryan also stated that in January, James confided in Ryan, telling him that he and Angela were having marital problems. I'm going to point out, just as a side note, that that's probably a really, really bad person to get into business with. Perhaps, Ryan, you should have had better business acumen. James is a risk taker. On March 15th of 2023, office manager Jacqueline Calderon contacted Ryan via phone as he was driving to University Hospital to be with James. Jacqueline told Ryan she was contacted by another office manager, Caitlin Romero of Summerbrook Dental Group. Caitlin told Jacqueline that on March 6th of 2023, the day that Angela first became sick and went to Parker Adventist, she was working late at the dental office. Caitlin said James returned to the office after hours. Caitlin observed James at an exam room computer with the lights off doing something on the computer. This was odd because James had his own office with his own computer and personal laptop he regularly took to and from the office. Caitlin said approximately 30 minutes after James left the dental office, he texted Caitlin telling her that he would be receiving a personal package and told her not to open it. Dun, dun, dun. Caitlin stated that a package arrived for James on Monday, March 13th of 2023. Caitlin found that the package box had been opened. Tell somebody not to open it, and what's the first thing they're going to do is open it. Or tell your kids not to open something? Like the cookies? Caitlin said that she found out that another employee, Caddy Van Horn, had opened the package. Forgetting that James was getting a package, she looked inside the package. Inside the package, Caitlin said she saw a biohazard sticker and what said potassium cyanide on a circular canister. Caitlin realized that that was the package for James. Caitlin sealed the package back up and gave it to James. Somebody says, why would they open it anyway? Listen, I ran a big law firm, and, there's people that just open the mail. That's just what they do. They open the mail. So I don't know how much mail this dental office got, but again, yeah, you're right. We would receive buckets full of mail a day. Caitlin said she later Googled what potassium cyanide was used for and saw that Angela had the same symptoms. Caitlin called Jacqueline when she heard Angela was back in the hospital on March 15th of 2023 and told her about the contents of the package. Well, I mean, there's a bunch of armchair detectives working in this dentist's office, so dun, dun, dun. Ryan and Michelle arrived at University Hospital in separate vehicles, but entered the hospital together. Upon arriving, they spoke briefly to James. He received a phone call from a doctor, so he stepped away. While James was on the phone, a nurse came out to speak with them. Ryan stated while James was on his phone, he pulled the nurse away and told the nurse about his concerns that Angela may have been poisoned with potassium cyanide. While at the hospital, Ryan observed James meeting with doctors about Angela's prognosis. Ryan observed James crying after the meeting. Oh, yeah. Ryan and Michelle then left the hospital and returned to Michelle's vehicle. It sounds like, and I don't listen, rest in peace, Angela Craig. You did not deserve what this horrible man did to you, allegedly, according to this arrest warrant. And according to the fact that he tried to hire a whole bunch of other people in jail to lie for him, take the lives of other people and fabricate evidence, including one of your children. This reads like a really bad Lifetime movie. I mean, most Lifetime movies are really bad, but this reads like a really even worse one. While in Michelle's vehicle, Ryan received a call from James's personal cell phone. Ryan's phone connected to Michelle's vehicle's Bluetooth so that Michelle could hear the conversation. James told Ryan he had heard some disturbing information and then asked Ryan if he had said anything to the hospital staff. Ryan admitted that he talked to the hospital staff about this incident. Ryan advised that he was aware of the package that James had ordered. James replied that the package was a ring for Angela and that he wanted to surprise her. Ryan countered by telling James he knew it was not a ring. James claimed the package was never opened, so Ryan couldn't know what was in it. Ryan advised that the package was definitely opened and it did not contain a ring. Oh no, it didn't. That was a little bit risky on Ryan's part. I mean, Ryan, all he knew that is that James was a terrible businessman and filed for bankruptcy or was gonna or whatever, and bad liar. And there he is, like just self-snitching. Oh yeah, no, I opened it and I know it was poison. Like, wasn't he afraid for his own life? But I guess not. But again, I was going to say, can't wait to see him testify. Ryan Redfern, but we're not going to be able to. Ryan asked James why he would buy potassium cyanide. James eventually recanted and admitted the package contained potassium cyanide, but he claimed that Angela asked him to order it. James claimed that Angela couldn't order the potassium cyanide because she didn't have the proper credentials. James told Ryan he ordered the potassium cyanide, but he didn't think that she, Angela, would actually take it. James described the situation as being similar to a game of chicken. At that point, Ryan told James to stop talking and get a lawyer. Get a lawyer. Oh, and by the way, once you go to jail, dude, the business is going to be all mine. I mean, like twirling his mustache. Your affiant and Detective Graw then interviewed Michelle, who provided a similar account of events as her husband, Ryan. Michelle told your affiant that Angela had first become sick on March 6th of 2023. Angela went to Parker Adventist Hospital and was released the same day. Angela reported she was dizzy and weak. Michelle stated Angela fell ill again and returned to Parker Adventist Hospital on March 9th of 2023. Angela was admitted on March 9th of 2023 and released on March 14th of 2023. Medical personnel were unable to determine what was causing Angela to have her symptoms. Michelle stated that the next day, March 15th, at approximately 11 a.m., Angela was brought to University Hospital by her brother, Mark. Michelle added that she had exchanged texts with James since Angela was admitted to Parker Adventist on March 9th of 2023, trying to keep up to date with Angela's medical condition. Michelle stated that she was a professor and had a PhD in nursing, so she asked James to keep her updated on Angela's symptoms to potentially assist in diagnosing her. Michelle provided your affiant screenshots of the text exchange between her and James beginning on March 9th, 2023. Your affiant confirmed the contact Jim Craig and Michelle's cell phone was James's cell phone number. Your affiant reviewed the text messages. The blue boxes outline Michelle's statements and the white boxes outline James's responses in reference to Angela's medical condition. Okay, let's look at the text messages. Okay, so blue is Michelle, and white is James. March 9th, Michelle, which hospital is Angie at? Do you need anything? James, Parker Adventist, thanks for offering, but for now, I think we've got more support than we can handle. Gotta love the church, he says in parens. Do they have a diagnosis yet? Says Michelle. And then she continues, I'm so sorry, we are praying. James says, no diagnosis, thank you. That was at 3 p.m. March 9th. Then at 6:21 March 9th, Michelle says, any news? James, nothing yet. They just admitted her to the hospital for an overnight observation. Michelle, good. I'm praying. I mean, good. I'm glad she's being admitted. James says, LOL. Yeah, I figured that's what you meant. Oh, he's laughing out loud, this guy. The next day, Friday, 9:07 a.m. How did Ange do overnight? Asked Michelle. James, low blood pressure all night, vomiting in the morning, still trying to figure this out. Michelle says, oh, I'm so sorry. Tell her we love her and we are praying. Jim or James says, sure will, thank you. Same day, Friday, 6:14 p.m. Just checking in to see how Ange is doing and if they've made any headway today. How are you doing? Do you need anything? Says Michelle. James says, thanks, Michelle. It's been pretty rough not having any answers. I get pretty nervous. They did so many tests. They've done 4 or 5 different blood draws. The regular blood panels all came back okay. And she's negative for autoimmune disorders, negative for diabetes. Her A1C was 5.5. The main issue they seem to be concerned about right now is the blood pressure. They dumped 5 liters into her IV over 24 hours. And she looks super puffy and swollen, but her blood pressure is barely 100/60. Yesterday morning, it was 56/44. So, although that is the main concern that the doctors have, my main concern is just how she's feeling. Really pretty crappy. They're going to keep her one more night and hopefully she can come home sometime tomorrow. Michelle says, how did her kidneys handle that kind of fluid? I'm sure she's miserable and this has had to be so frightening for everyone. Jim says her urea nitrogen was 29 yesterday, but today it's back down in the normal range of 21. They think she was just dehydrated. Her kidneys seem to be doing well so far. I thought it might be adrenal insufficiency, but they tested for that too. And so far, just no answers. Michelle says low blood pressure would cause her to be lethargic and slur her speech. I'm glad she doesn't have those disease processes, but any answer would help ease anxiety and have a plan. Not knowing is more terrifying, in my opinion. What about a scan to check for a tumor, thyroid, adrenal? I'm sure everyone is thinking of every pathophysiologic process that affects blood pressure, said Michelle. James said they did an MRI of her head because brain tumors are in the family. They did an ultrasound of her heart. They did a head CAT scan, and they did a chest and abdomen CT, and everything has come back negative so far. So I guess that's good. No tumor is a good thing, right? Yes, that's a good thing, Michelle says. I'm glad they ruled it out, especially with a family history. Michelle continues, it's just hard to imagine she was so dehydrated to cause so low blood pressure. I'm sure she's puffy with 5 liters of fluid on board, and I'm sure her kidneys were working double time to process it. I'm glad her A1C and her I'm glad her A1C was normal. I would have sworn she was having diabetic ketoacidosis, but I couldn't imagine that they wouldn't have checked a blood sugar on the first ER visit. I will continue to pray for answers. I know you have amazing support, but please let us know how we can help. James says they did check blood sugar on the very first ER visit. She was 195 and she was throwing glucose in her urine. That was Monday. So they were almost sure that it was diabetes. But then when we went back again yesterday, they checked on her blood sugar was lower, but still high, like 145, but there was no glucose in her urine at all. And then her A1C came back at 5.5. So that was a mystery. Michelle says, so A1C is an average of the last 90 or so days. If this is new blood glucose problem, it won't necessarily show in her A1C. Jim says, yeah, that's a good point, but no glucose in her urine today, so there's that. Michelle says, but has she been eating much since Monday? Jim says, let's see, a little bit, but not very much. Today, the only thing that she has had is one cracker and she threw it up. Yesterday, the only thing that she had was a protein shake in the morning, which she threw up, and some chicken noodle. I guess it says soup somewhere. Soup for dinner, which she also threw up. So I see the point that you're making. There may not be any sugar to throw into the urine. Yeah, apparently she threw up that protein shake because it was full on with potassium cyanide, and I think arsenic, maybe for good measure, some Visine. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. However, her IV could have sugar in it, says Michelle. D5LR with or without K, or are they running NS? LR, and then Jim responds. Somebody said here, there's 3,700 of us here. Do any of us have jobs? That's person, I guess. Actually, so many people do listen while they're at work with one earbud, or while they're supposed to be on a Zoom call. Raise your hand if you're at work. If you're supposed to be working, we won't tell. LR without K, which also surprised me because her potassium and something else, some other electrolyte, but I can't remember now what they were both low today. A lot of people at work, see? Absolutely one earbutting it. I know, I sense that too. Everyone has one earbud in. It just flew by. Somebody said, well, Lisa Aron said, nurse here loving this. And somebody said, that's a good nurse asking questions, but it flew by too quickly. Does it give her Guzma coma score? I don't think so, not yet. They gave her potassium supplements orally. The first one she was able to take, the second one she threw up. She's also on tramadol for her headaches. And they have her on 8 milligrams of Zofran every 4 hours, I think. The next dose is due in about an hour and a half. Although this morning, her most violent vomiting episode happened about 5 minutes after they gave her IV Zofran, so that's weird, says Jim. 5 liters is, then Michelle responds, 5 liters is a lot to run with D5, so LR makes sense. That is strange because giving it IV would work pretty quickly. I'm glad they ruled out a brain tumor. The vomiting with an antiemetic and headaches would point that way. If her case stays low and she continues to vomit, I would expect they will add her K to her IV. And then there's a text by from Jim that is got a red box around it in this affidavit. If this wasn't my wife, this would be kind of a fun puzzle to work out. Oh, Jim. Oh, Michelle is their friend. Michelle is the wife of Jim Craig's partner, dental partner, Ryan Redfern. They bought Jim's practice from him or joined up with him, or Ryan did anyway. And she's a nurse. She's a PhD nurse, a nurse with a PhD. Michelle says, truth. I'm surprised they haven't yet, said Jim. Michelle says, that's all we need is a low K to move her to electrical issues with her heart on top of what she's dealing with. What about a blood culture to rule out an infectious process? Her WBC and leukocytes all normal. I know they are smarter than me. I'm just working through all the things in my mind, says Michelle. Jim responds, they haven't done a culture, but her WBC and leukocytes are normal. Oh, her C-reactive protein is super high, though, like 20. I think the high end of normal is 2.99, so there's an inflammatory process somewhere. Michelle says, well, that's huge, and says there's something going on. Jim says, Ange's heart ultrasound was normal, except for, quote, unable to accurately measure pulmonary pressure due to insufficient tricuspid valve regurgitation envelope. Michelle says, interesting assessment. So she's having tricuspid regurgitation to the point that her PA pressure can't be measured. And then Jim says, is that what that means? Michelle says, it could be wrong, but that's how I read it. Tricuspid regurgitation means the tricuspid valve, that's it says value, but it probably should say valve, leaks and blood is able to go back into the right atrium. I would think that could affect pulmonary artery pressure. Tricuspid regurgitation is usually associated with high PA pressure. In reading, I think an insufficient TVR envelope suggests pulmonary hypertension. This is the opposite of what I first thought. And then Jim says, from my nephew, who's an internist, symptoms of pulmonary hypertension usually involve breathing issues such as shortness of breath. She hasn't been experiencing that, so not being able to accurately measure pulmonary pressure doesn't really matter much at this point. Michelle says, that's good to know. With such a low blood pressure, maybe it throws off the ability to get a reading. Saturday, 12:46. Michelle says, any news today? Jim says, the doctor is going to do some imaging of her gallbladder and some other internal organs to see how they look. Still pretty much the same, though. When I talk to her, she seems like she's in a ton of pain and super, super tired. Of course, all the tests are coming back perfect. Michelle says, well, we know we just haven't found the cause yet. We will keep praying for answers and for Angie and your family. And then Tuesday, any update on Ange? Jim says, not really, no answers. She's on oxygen full time now. Michelle says, that must be so frustrating for everyone. I'm so sorry. Is she home or still admitted? Jim says, still admitted. And then yesterday, whatever yesterday was in this text thread, Michelle says, whatever you need, we are here. Jim says, thanks, Michelle. She's at University Hospital, so maybe another set of eyes on this case will help. Michelle says, I think Ryan is trying to get a hold of you. Jim says, yeah, I just talked to him. Ryan says, I'm glad she is there, and I pray they can find the answer because there's clearly something. Is she conscious? Jim says, no. Michelle says, how are you holding up? I know that's a dumb question. How are the kids? Jim says, she's not laughing at any of my jokes either, so you know it's really bad. Michelle says, that's distressing because you are funny. Jim says, honestly, I haven't really told the kids how bad it is right now. I don't really have any information to tell them, and I don't want them to scare them needlessly. Nora and Violet are at the zoo with their friends. The other kids know that she went back to the hospital, but they're just doing stuff, school and stuff. There's 6 kids. They have 6 kids. That's smart, says Michelle. I'm scared, Jim. Is that bad to say? Says Michelle. Jim says, not at all. I am too. And then Michelle sends a meme of what I think is Finding Nemo and Dory and says, I know, funny, I'm a clownfish. That's what it says on the meme. And she says, that's for the laughing at the jokes part. Jim says, it's weird not being able to wake her up. Michelle says, I'm sure it's frightening. James then texted Michelle 2 pictures. Here she is in the hospital. Yeah, and out of respect, I don't really think we even really need to see those. Jim says, crash. Intubated, 55/44, pulse 115, SPO 284. Doc says she should be mentally responsive by now, and she's not. Doc says she's very, very worried. Use the word tenuous. This is making me sick to my stomach. Michelle says, any progress? That's a lot of people, and that's never good. You probably have more people than you can deal with, but I will come and just sit. He says, my brother-in-law is here, but you can come if you want. But if you want to come, you can. And she says, I will. University Hospital on Colfax, like by a Children's. He says, yes, emergency department room 5. And she says, Ryan and I are coming. Text message noting the day Friday was March 10th of 2023. The text message noting yesterday was March 15th, 2023. Michelle contacted your affiant on March 15th, 2023 at approximately 9 a.m. Michelle stated James called Ryan. However, he did not answer. Ryan then received the following text message from James. Good morning, Ryan. Thank you for thank you for taking my patient load today. I want to make an urgent plea to you. If we were ever friends, please do this favor for me. Please don't talk to anyone about what we talked about last night, including any law enforcement officers. You are under no obligation to answer their questions unless you are served a subpoena, and you will do more damage than good to my family by continuing to insert yourself into this. Angela is gone, and I am devastated. So this was after she passed. They took her off life support. There's nothing that can bring her back, and I want desperately to tell you all of the details so that you can better understand what's gone on behind the scenes with her. There's so much that you don't know that I wish you did. If you knew everything, this would make so much sense to you, but there's no use in telling you right now. You and I have a history of you and the other partners and Jackie all talking about me behind my back and deciding what you think is best. And then you're always the fall guy that has pulled the trigger, or that has to pull the trigger, or tell me what you've all decided about me. In fact, yesterday you didn't even come to me. I had to seek you out. You have never given me the advantage of talking with me first. You just decide and then act and hope I'll pick up the pieces later. This is the pattern in our business dealings and now has become a factor in our personal dealings. Let me paint a picture for you of what this has done. Yesterday, I had to tell my kids their mom was not going to wake up, and they were there to say their final goodbyes. That was 6:45 p.m. The hospital said we could bring the kids up to say goodbye at that time, but because of the investigation you opened by your complete information, the hospital made those poor, grieving, hysterical kids wait until after 10 o'clock to see their mom. After an hour or so of saying goodbye to her, we went home just before midnight, only to have our house sealed again against our, only back to 1, After an hour or so of saying goodbye to her, we went home just before midnight, only to have our house sealed against our entry by the police. Instead of getting to go home and find comfort, they were met with flashing lights and cold, unfeeling cops, and the kids, scared and confused, had to go sleep at the home of a ward member. Oh, are they LDS? I don't know. Maybe some other denominations also have wards. I'm not quite sure. But I remember that from the Ruby Frankie Consulting Handle around stuff. Family is starting to come into town today, and I have to tell them they can't come to my house and try to explain why. I have to hire a homicide attorney to make sure I don't end up being painted in the light that some hungry DA is anxious to paint me in, because I am most likely going to be charged, even though that is absolutely not what happened. Oh my God, really? Exactly, Jennifer. Exactly. Hang on. We got some good comments flying by. This guy is self-snitching all over the place. So his wife died, and this is what he spends his time texting about. His inconvenience. Yep. But in the process, he's just showing consciousness of guilt. Yeah. APT says, well, maybe you shouldn't have poisoned her. Crypto Catherine pointing out the obvious. Cold and unfeeling is what this man did to his children, not what the police did. Right. Right. TJ Coco. It's not his fault for killing his wife. It's his partner's fault for turning him in. Sounds about right. Another narcissist. Another narcissist. Ryan, I understand why you did what you did. I do. I get it. But if you had come to me personally, man to man, instead of talking to everyone else about what you thought you knew, I might have let you in on some details that would have made you less likely to cause this horrible storm. Man, Ryan, if you would only put me higher on your list of priorities instead of putting everyone else's opinions and gossip ahead of me. For that, I am very, very mad at you. I have talked to you about this multiple times, but you don't seem to care. And now what you thought was responsible has become reckless and so destructive. Wow. I mean, he's really got a lot of time on his hands, doesn't he? To craft this missive. And so I'm asking, if there was any love in your heart for me, please don't make this any worse by talking to any officers or anyone else about this unless you are legally forced to. And whoever else on the team you think is going to be questioned, I would ask that you privately ask them to honor this request too. This is a text. Also, please do not respond to this text message until I text you again. Right, Brielle? He's more upset at his partner than he is about his wife's death. CJW. Good grief. Can you imagine writing this to someone who just turned you in for murder? Like, bro, EDGAF if you're mad at him. They were friends with Angela. Aurora Police Department Major Crimes Homicide Detective Chamberlain responded to University Hospital on March 16th of 2023 at approximately 12:30 a.m. to speak with attending hospital staff. Detective Chamberlain learned that Angela arrived at University Hospital at approximately 11 a.m. period. At approximately 2 p.m., Angela began suffering from a serious seizure, and doctors struggled to intubate her. Angela suffered from a lack of oxygen, had no pupil reaction, and began to have increased intracranial pressure, which caused decreased perfusion pressure, and was sent to the intensive care unit. Detective Chamberlain learned that Angela was still on life support, had no brain activity, and her prognosis was poor, that she may not make it through the evening. So sad. Caitlin was contacted and asked if she would respond to the Aurora Police Department to speak with the detectives. In summary, Caitlin stated that she had been the office manager for the dentist's office for approximately 6 months and worked for James at Summerbrook Dental. Although Ryan is also a dentist, he does not work at that dental clinic, but is a partner in the business. Well, I guess Ryan didn't, follow Jim's directions by telling the staff to not speak to any of the detectives, because Caitlin did. Caitlin knew that on March 6th of 2023, James and his wife Angela worked out in the morning. Before the workout, James made Angela a protein shake or pre-workout shake in which James gave her extra protein in the form of arsenic and or cyanide because she was feeling sluggish, probably feeling sluggish because of the slow poisoning that was occurring in her food. After the workout, Angela became faint and dizzy, and ultimately James took Angela to the hospital. Caitlin also started to notice odd or strange things around the office. On March 6th, towards the end of the day, she found James in the dentist's office in a back medical area, which she referred to as an exam room number 9. She thought this was strange because James had his computer in his office and his wife had just been discharged from the hospital. Caitlin confirmed it was not common for James to use the computer in the exam room, specifically number 9, because he had his own computer in the office and a laptop that he took home with him. Caitlin left a short time later and James remained in the office. Approximately 30 minutes later, James sent her a text message saying he had a personal package coming to the office to let her know when it came. During this time frame, Angela became ill and was taken to the hospital where she was constantly throwing up. It was unclear what her diagnosis was, and James had said Angela's blood pressure was low. Right, classic Clippy. He can talk to his staff about their behavior when he gets out of jail. I don't think he's going to be going anywhere. During Angela's time in the hospital, James had conversations with Caitlin where he told her he didn't think his wife was going to make it. In the same conversation, James asked about business in the office. Caitlin found it strange James was so concerned about his dental practice when his wife was in dire medical condition. On March 13th of 2023, Caitlin said one of the office attendants opened a package that came into the office. This package was addressed directly to James. She knew this to be the personal package James had been asking about. This attendant had already opened the package. Caitlin took the package from the office attendant, which she intended to put in James's office. As Caitlin repackaged the box, she noticed a packing slip that read potassium cyanide. You can't. This is like you couldn't even. If you scripted this Lifetime movie, they'd be like, this Lifetime movie is like even worse than all the other Lifetime movies because it's just so unbelievable. Caitlin described the package as a foil square with no other markings on it. Caitlin said the package had a biohazard or warning, but she couldn't remember what it was. Caitlin resealed the box and hand-delivered the package to James. Caitlin later saw James walking down the hall of the office with a cylindrically shaped canister wrapped in brown paper or construction paper with a metal lid. How many dental offices have construction paper in them? I don't know. Maybe somebody's kid was doing an art project. Caitlin was unsure what this cylindrical canister was, but stated in the 6 months she had been at the dental office, she had not seen a similar canister. Caitlin had never seen potassium cyanide delivered to the office and was unsure what it was for, so she performed a Google search. Go, Caitlin. In that search, Caitlin noted the side effects of ingesting potassium cyanide and matched the same symptoms Angela had been exhibiting over the last week, including nausea, vomiting, and low blood pressure. Caitlin said James told her when Angela was discharged on March 14th of 2023, she made accusations that James had poisoned her. Angela said something to James along the lines of, there are poisons they don't test for. Okay, so that's what Caitlin says that James told her. So that's like triple hearsay. So that's not something Caitlin heard Angela say. Caitlin heard from James that Angela was sent home on oxygen and they didn't know what was wrong with her. On March 15th, 2023, Caitlin learned that Angela was back in the hospital with the same symptoms. Caitlin said at one point she called her manager, Jacqueline, who also thought, or Jaqueline. That's what we can do. Jaqueline, who also thought, no, the trial's not going to be televised. They're going to televise openings and closings, but not in real time, not live. They're going to tape them and then they're going to release them. So when they come out, we'll watch the openings together. I thought it was going to be this morning, but it didn't. Well, the trial starts. The jury was told to be there at 8:15 Mountain Time, which is 10:15 New York time. And I read a tweet at the beginning of the stream that the court was just giving everyone a friendly reminder that the only way to watch this trial live is to come to court. But hurry up, hurry, because it's going to fill up soon. Cameras are allowed to be there. The WebEx for the public is not open. Cameras are allowed to be there, but they're not allowed to live stream it. So we're reading the arrest affidavit. Right, exactly. Why is it available to buy and it's so cheap? Well, I think you have to be a dentist or you have to have some kind of credentials to buy it, because that's going to come up later. Or maybe we already, Jaqueline, always, Ruby, always. Hi, Ruby. How are you, Ruby? Haven't seen you in a while. Jaqueline. AAARON. Permission to rename Caitlin. I mean, what can we call Caitlin? Caitlin? I don't know. I have to think on it. I have to pray on it. I'm surprised about Colorado not being as, transparent with their judicial proceedings, because, I mean, not for nothing, but it's a liberal state, right? And so you would think, perhaps, maybe, as such, my alma mater would be a little more into fighting for transparency. But remember, I remember this also when we watched the King Soopers mass murder horrible trial, the King Soopers in Boulder. That guy who went in there and killed a whole bunch of people. It was tragic. It was only on like a Zoom, like a WebEx, and it was terrible, to the point where we couldn't even keep watching because the audio was horrible, the video was horrible, everything about it was horrible. And I think the same thing is going to happen with the Barry Morphew case too. And, New York does not allow cameras in courtrooms, but that's why I think we think that the most crazy people live in Georgia and Florida, because they're so open that everything is televised on, live stream. It's live streamed, everything in Georgia, it seems like, and Florida, right? There was another Colorado one that was televised. Yeah, the school shooting one. Oh, are you in Colorado? Love, just go Buffs. We coming. Flightless, we coming. I don't know if anybody does know this. What is the practical use of potassium cyanide? Don't make me Google it, says Robin. My search history is getting sketchy. I know mine too. Mine too. All right. Let's see how fast we can get through this. Caitlin Hurd. Where were we? Jaqueline. We got past Jaqueline. Caitlin said at one point she called her manager, Jaqueline, who also thought James might be responsible for Angela's sickness. Caitlin then shared the information she had about finding the potassium cyanide invoice. Caitlin stated that she knew that James and Angela were having marital problems because James had recently mentioned that he told Angela he wanted a divorce. Dude, why are you telling Caitlin? Why are you telling the girls at the office that you want a divorce? Caitlin said James had been distant from time to time at work and would leave sometimes at lunch because he and Angela were having fights. Caitlin said she had not seen the package since the day she gave it to James, and said the trash was collected by the trash company daily. On March 16th of 2023, Detective Marino was contacted by Child Protective Services caseworker Sydney Romero, who met with the members of the Craig family, James Craig and his children, individually. In her conversation with James, she believed James made some concerning statements. Namely, James alleged that Angela was suicidal and had been for some time. Right. James claimed that he personally has had to revive Angela on several occasions over the last few months. James says he asked Angela for a divorce in December of 2022, and since that time, Angela's depression and suicidal ideations have increased. James believed that Angela was intentionally overdosing on opioids and another unknown substance. James never reported any of these incidents, never sought medical attention for Angela during or after the alleged overdose attempts, and never sought professional counseling or therapy for Angela's depression and suicidal ideations. James told Sydney he was sure when Angela's toxicology would come back positive. James told Sydney he was sure that Angela's toxicology would come back positive for substances, but said he didn't know what kind. Who's Sydney? Oh, the CPS caseworker. It's interesting to me. This is interesting to me how this arrest affidavit warrant calls everyone by their first name instead of their last name. Like usually we see Mr. Craig, Ms. Romero. Everything here is first names, which is just a little bit odd to me for, an affidavit filled out by a detective. I don't know. Sydney felt compelled to report the following statements because none of Angela's children mentioned their mother's depression, nor did they mention any alleged previous suicide attempts. Sydney believed that it was improbable that this type of event, overdose suicide attempt, could happen with no one inside the household except James being aware. Sydney provided her opinion that James was attempting to build a cover story for what really happened to Angela. On March 16th, 2023, Detective Marino communicated with a friend of the Craig family, Jennifer Reeves. Jennifer informed Detective Marino that James was currently at her residence and intended to spend the night with his children while he was waiting for his two oldest children to come in from out of town. Jennifer stated she resided at this address and that James would be there through the morning. Okay, I don't think that was his sugar baby, because he was having an affair with a woman and told her he loved her in like 2 days, and they both were in love in 2 days. We read that last time. I'm sure maybe that'll come up here. And I don't know how old, there's 6 children. I don't know how old the two oldest were. Hang on one sec. Moving on. On March 16th, 2023, Detective Marino submitted 3 search warrant applications and affidavits to the 18th Judicial District Courts, one for James and Angela's home, one for the Summerbrook Dental Office, and one for Jennifer's address. Oh, they're going to search Jennifer's house too? Better want what you wish for, Jennifer, when you invite your buddy to sleep over. Detective Marino was sworn in by Magistrate Richard Farrow, who signed and issued all 3 search warrants. On March 16th, 2023, at approximately 8:30 a.m., Aurora PD Detective Graw and your affiant responded to East Frost Circle, where we spoke to James. That's Jennifer's address. James stated he did not wish to speak to us about his wife's medical status. James was provided a copy of the signed search warrant requesting his cellular phone, Angela's cellular phone, his wallet, and his laptop. You see, that's how it's done, my friends. You obtain the search warrant first, and then you get the phones and the devices second. Unlike in the Brian Walsh case that we're watching right now, where his Google searches might have convicted him had the Massachusetts State Police obtained the proper search warrant. And now that there's a consent, but there's only consent for communications. And if you've been watching the Brian Walsh debacle with me, hopefully we're going to see a decision on that motion to suppress soon. But this Aurora PD did it in the right order. James handed your affiant Angela's cell phone and provided the passcode. James then handed your affiant his cell phone, a light blue iPhone 14, and provided the passcode. James said the laptop that he used regularly was at his dental office. James provided your affiant with the laptop's password. James said he did not carry a wallet, but kept his credit cards and ID in his phone case. Your affiant took pictures of the cards and his Colorado driver's license and gave them back to James. I don't know. I'm just curious about this. How many of you, Fox News is showing what live on Facebook? Kelly Sanders. Kelly Sanders. Love in 2 days from the orthodontist conference. That's right, Jenna, Leah. I'm wondering how many of you know your significant other's password to their phone? Is that something that people typically share? I'm just curious. Nikki Crayon says, I'm 20 minutes behind, but WTF exactly is a homicide attorney. I do. You mean, oh, it's typical to share passwords with your husband or wife? Gen X 1968 says, I don't, but don't ask. A lot of people don't have passwords on there. Those are good relationships of trust. Most of them do know. Good. I'm very happy that you all have very trusting relationships. I love that for you. I know a lot of people that are very protective over their phones. I think if you're very protective over your phone, then you're probably worried about what's going to be found in there, right? I don't know. I'm just curious. I'm just taking a random general poll here. But again, I don't know what you said that they're streaming live on Facebook. So I don't think it's this trial because they're not allowed to stream it live. I hate fake books so much. I haven't looked at it in, I don't know, a year. And every now and then somebody tells me to go on there and look at something like in a public posting or something. And every time I go on Facebook or fake book, as I call it, it just makes me mad. And so I don't know why it makes me so mad, but it just does. And so I just, oh, well, thank you, Leah. But there's no sound. They're streaming it live, but there's no sound. Hold on. Or wait, maybe. I mean, it's really bad. The sound is really bad. I think maybe we should just wait for a better feed. Yeah, there's no sound. What I think what this looks like to me is it looks like somebody sitting in the back of the room with an iPhone, like literally for Fox News, just like recording it on their iPhone because that's how bad the sound is. And now there's no sound. So rather than get really angry and frustrated about it, we'll wait. No, because like on Facebook Live, we'll wait for later when there's a good audio video and we'll get through this and at least we'll know. We'll know what they know. I don't know why it just makes me so mad, but it's like, ugh. Somebody said, Edwina Grimley says, Facebook and Instagram are playgrounds for affairs. Hate them both. Thanks, Edwina Grimley. First of all, I don't know. Call me crazy. But I don't know. Like men that have Facebook pages, it's like I don't know. If you keep in friends with your friends, if you keep in touch with your friends, you keep in touch with your friends, right? It's like, I don't know. I'm not gonna share my thoughts because they're gonna be unpopular. My thoughts will be unpopular. And never mind. Kale says, "Oh, we got a YouTube baby. Oh, look at us, Kale. We've been together for 9 months. Pregnancy is really 10 months. I know because I have 5 kids, and all of them were late, except for my twins. Twins were born at 31 weeks. Instagram is turning into Facebook." Lady Di says, Another interesting one when trial happens, in my opinion, is the hyperbolic chambers one. Take a peek at it when you get a chance if you don't know about it. I don't know about it. I don't even know where it is. If you want to send me some information on it, my email's in the show notes. Hyperbaric chamber is what I think you meant to say. Probably auto-corrected you. Thank you very much, Lady Di, for your super chat. Carl became a new member. John Miller. I'm sorry, Corey. John Miller. The new case is exciting. Too bad we can't watch the whole damn thing. Cookie Doodle, thank you for becoming a member. Kelly, just FYI, Judge Daniel O'Shea is on the docket for Karen's civil case dated 9/22/25. Oh, I'm aware. Oh, I know. He's been the judge all along. Judge Canoni has been transferred to Plymouth Civil. I don't know. People are listen, when there's nothing else to talk about, people will find things to talk about. People are going to milk the Karen Reed, everything involving the Karen Reed trial to death. And it is going to be the gift that keeps on giving because more lawsuits are going to be filed, in my opinion. But it's like every time, and Kelly, I know that you know better, every time that somebody sees something on the docket, they go off on all of these crazy conspiracy theory tangents. Judge O'Shea is the judge on Karen's civil case, the wrongful death case. He's in Plymouth. That's the way it is so far. So any, crazy rumors that she's going to be transferred to, Karen's civil case is unfounded at best and, just wildly speculative because I don't think in any world that would happen. There would be such public outroar that is just never going to happen, in my opinion. Kelly Applegate, thank you for your 20. So thanks, Melanie, for your kind words of support for AV7 the other day. It's heartening to see one creator supporting another, especially as women, more lifting each other up, not tearing each other down. I know. I try. Thank you. Thank you so much for your 20, Kelly. Florida has sunshine laws. Is that why? Maybe it is. I haven't really looked into those sunshine laws and exactly what they say, but it could be. But they're very friendly about having cameras in their courtrooms. And, their FOIA laws are very broad, but a lot of other states have that too. Thank you, eBay Warhol. But Tracy, I'll look into that because I am not familiar. Gigi's got the silver bracelets ready. Says, I am late. Good morning. That's okay. I forgive you. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Gigi. Karina, I love Facebook, Mel. I can stay in touch with my family and keep up to date with photos and news from family living in Australia. It's my go-to. That's okay, Karina. You're allowed to have your own opinion. For me, it's not for me. It's not for me. I find it to be too braggadocious and too many people looking like, yeah, exactly like this. She says, I can't read your name. Hold on. Jenna Leah says, I have so many people on Facebook that look like they have perfect lives and you find out their lives and relationships are crumbling. Yeah, it's always the ones posting like they're such happy marriage and the great vacations that they're going on. And then the next thing you know, they're getting divorced. Always. I think so. Moving on. On March 16th, 2023, at approximately 8:45 a.m., your affiant, along with other major crimes homicide detectives, responded to Robertsdale Way and executed the search warrant. That was for the James and Angela's home. Upon clearing the residence to ensure no one was inside, your affiant noted the house was affixed with both external and internal surveillance cameras. After the residence was cleared, Aurora Police Department Detective Marino completed an amended search warrant to include the seizure and search of the external and internal surveillance equipment and recorded surveillance footage. The search warrant was signed by 18th Judicial District Magistrate Heidi Kutcher. Look at that. They got an amended search warrant to seize the stuff before they seized it. They even tell you who signed it. We don't see that in any of the Massachusetts warrants, do we? During the search of the residence, multiple items believed to have information and or evidence related to this incident were located. The items collected from the residence were the following: multiple types of powder proteins, multiple workout-style shakers used to consume protein drinks or shakes, a computer tablet, 2 different plastic Ziploc-style bags that both had white powdery substances in them, neither labeled what they are, a water bottle contained on the exercise bike in the main bedroom area. While executing the search of the residence, we could not locate a hard drive or device that would obviously maintain data for a surveillance device. There was a security system affixed to the wall that could play the video, exterior only, but it was not something that would easily be unplugged to seize. It is believed that the surveillance information would most likely be maintained on devices such as a phone, tablet, or a computer in a cloud-based system. On March 16th of 2023, at approximately 11:45 a.m., your affiant and other major crimes homicide detectives executed the search warrant at Summerbrook Dental in Aurora. The dental office was closed for business. Upon entry to the business, multiple cameras affixed to the police office walls were observed. The offices were clean and orderly. The information previously provided was that James had been in dental room 9, where he was on the computer there in the dark. Your affiant viewed the dental room and found it to be an open-style dental room, allowing someone to see if a person were at the computer. Each room had individual lights, but when not illuminated with overhead lights, the rooms were dark. Each exam room was identified by a silver metal-style number on the hallway walls next to the entrance of the room. Exam room 9 was found to be at the far end of the clinic's dead-end hallway. Your affiant collected the hard drive that was hooked up and connected to the monitor in exam room 9. The hard drive was a Dell Optiplex 3070. The drive had a Logitech USB plugged into the back. The hard drive was seized. Jessica Lee, OMG, I love being single. Your affiant located an office in the southeast corner containing 2 office desks. On the far desk south, a laptop was observed. When the laptop screen was woken, it showed the last logged in person was James. Dun, dun, dun. The password James provided for the laptop was entered to make sure that the laptop was his. The password activated the laptop and opened it. No further investigation into the laptop's contents was conducted. The laptop was collected and determined to be a Dell Precision 7750, gray/silver in color. The series of characters on the back, it had a bunch of numbers and letters. James's laptop was seized. Aurora Police Department Detective Harris located a small hand vacuum in the office with 3 additional desks with computers. The vacuum had a white powdery substance inside of it. A portion of the substance was collected and seized. Detective Harris located James's DEA number. That is his United States Drug Enforcement registration number. Guess that's what you need to buy poison on the internet. Your affiant knows a DEA number is assigned to healthcare providers, allowing them to write prescriptions. This is a great affidavit review. This is like, it's 52 pages. This woman, this detective who, James Craig, no wonder he tried to have her taken away from this mortal coil, as Kathy would say from Gossip Rumor and Innuendo, because she's wicked smart. Way smarter than somebody like, Trooper Paul, Trooper Proctor. Your affiant accessed Angela's cell phone text messages and found several between her and James. Your affiant found Angela and James's text messages were comparable to other couples texting about their day, the children's day, and their activities. Your affiant found Angela had James in her phone as, quote, the boy, with a picture of the 2 of them, and confirmed the phone number had matched that of the phone number Ryan and Michelle said was his. The boy. She refers to her husband as the boy. Okay. While reading through their text messages on March 1, 2023, your affiant found Angela and James were discussing their relationship mainly about James's healing and counseling. Your affiant noted the following text exchange. Angela's text messages are in blue and James's is in white. Okay, so Angela says at the beginning, it's cut off, have to do everything alone. Your healing and happiness. This marriage is more important than my day. You are more important than my day. And then he says, thank you. I know you are getting ready to go out and spend some time with Tony, Toni, and I would like to ask that you keep last night's conversation details just between you and I. I trust Tony, but it was hard for me to even tell you that stuff. I'm definitely not ready for anybody else to hear it. Of course, says Angela, I wasn't planning to talk about any of it. I haven't actually talked to Tony about any of the last few months since that initial conversation. Jim says, I'm sorry. I know she is kind of your outlet and your strength and support and somebody who you could always go to vent. I hate taking away even a part of that since I know this is really, really hard for you. I also don't want you. And then your affiant noted James and Angela's text messages beginning on the morning of March 6th, 2023, the first day she began to experience unexplained illness symptoms. Oh, look at all these messages. All right, so white is Jim. No, white is Angela. Now it says, thanks so much for making my drink this morning. I think it's flipped now because Angela was blue before and now. No, I guess it's not. Okay. James, thank you so much. This is Monday, March 8th. Thank you so much for making my drink this morning. I just love you. I hope you have a great day, and I'm so glad you're back in town. Angela says, you're welcome, baby. I love you too. I think my body is not letting the caffeine this morning either. My stomach feels fine, but my head feels funny and dizzy. Very strange. Jim. I'm going to call him Jim because it fits, Jim Jones poisoning, all that. It's been a week since caffeine for you. Maybe your body is saying no, thank you. I did a full scoop of caffeine and a big full scoop of the B vitamins. Is that how much you normally take? I'm super shaky, he says. Angela says, oh no, I do a small scoop of the B vitamin mix. It feels really weird. Jim says, oops. Sorry, baby. Wait, it says, look at the contact name. It says, oh, the boy. Wait. So if it's the boy talking to her, the boy is in white, yeah? No, I think the contact name says the boy. So the boy is who Angela is talking to. So Angela is in blue. Correct. Yeah. Angela is in blue because on an iPhone, I am in blue on my own iPhone, and the contact at the top is the person I'm talking to. Yeah, he's texting. He's like trying to feel out. He's trying to feel it out. Is it working? Is my poisoning working? Oh no, sorry, baby. Sorry for putting too much poison in your drink. I mean, vitamin B. Angela says, that's okay. It'll wear off. I'm dizzy and my eyes don't want to focus, but I can get the stuff done that I need to this morning. Jim says, maybe you should lie down. Angela says, I'm laying on my face on the mat in my room. Jim says, you have a bed, Angela says, I'm stinky. Just seems excessive for a little extra supplement. Jim says, Pearl is flying in this morning to see me. I totally forgot. I think she's flying out today too, though. Angela says, I don't feel right in my head. Jim says, do I need to come home? Angela says, no, this is just weird. I'm dizzy in my head and my eyes are working slowly and my body is responding slowly. Jim says, that sounds really wrong. I'm going to come home. I don't like this. Bijou. Cooper, motion for wives to hard pass on sketchy shakes. Sketchy husband smoothie offer. I mean, this is terrible because we're reading the text messages of a woman who is dying to the man who is poisoning her. As she describes her symptoms. He says, that sounds really wrong. I'm going to come home. I don't like this. She says, you can't, you need to work. I'll throw on some clothes and sit with the girls and see if it goes away. He says, okay, I'm probably overreacting, but I don't like that. I can cancel patients for the morning or move some to Dr. P if needed. So if you change your mind, let me know. Do we have a blood pressure cuff? You should try that and see if your BP is low or something. Do you get lightheaded when you stand up? He says, it feels more like, or she says, Angela says, it feels more like when I take heavy meds and everything adjusts and moves slowly, like I'm moving in thick gel. My eyes are struggling to stay focused. Jim says, did you take your blood pressure? I was plugging your symptoms into Google and stroke matches some of what you're describing. Do you have weakness in your whole body or just on one side? And is it both eyes or just one that feel blurry? I'm sorry, he's concerned that she's having a stroke. And so he's going to Google instead of calling for an ambulance. She says, it feels like my whole body and it's tingly and my eyes are struggling to focus. He says, are you still laying down? She says, I got in my bed. He says, okay, good. She says, my whole body feels so heavy. She says something, he says, Jim says, something's really wrong. I'm coming home with a blood pressure cuff. If nothing else, I can at least help the girls stay on track while you rest. What time was that exchange? That was at, I don't know, there's no time change. So it started at 6:59 a.m. Then the next time break here is at 4:19 p.m. She says, please come get the dogs. Sorry. Also, I want to shower, but I'm worried. He says, okay, I'll come help. At 6:05 p.m., he says, I'm all done and headed home. How are you feeling? She says, same. Belle's making grilled cheese. He says, thanks, Belle. I'm all done here and headed home now. She says, I would like another blessing tonight if there's someone who could help. And he says, okay, I'm sure we can find someone. Then the next day at 6:30 a.m., she says, you don't have to miss work today. We don't have anywhere to go today, and the girls and I will be fine. I'm starting to think I'm just sick, and this is part of it. I'm going to try my popcorn and Dr. Walker this morning, and we'll see what we can do. He says, I'm not sure your popcorn will do much, but you're welcome to try it. And then she says PCP. So I guess that was a correction. I may just have to take Belle with me to urgent care this morning. I should have had you do that yesterday. The ER is useless. Sorry. He says, no, you're fine. It did help us rule out a lot of other scarier things, so I'm glad we did it. She said, I'm kind of wondering if maybe I had a sinus infection. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. There's a part that we missed. After we missed this whole slide here. Okay, rewind. The day before, when he says, did you take your BP? She says, I don't know where one is. And then he says, okay, if you do end up wanting me to come home, I'll bring one. I have a bottle of magnesium in my second drawer down on the left side of my sink. Take one of those. Have you eaten anything? And then this is in a red box. I had my protein shake and magnesium makes me feel weird. This is not hungry. Are you nauseous? He says. And she says, no, I feel drugged. He says, given our history, I know that must be triggering. Just for the record, I didn't drug you. I am super worried, though. You really looked pale before I left, like in your lips even. Dude. Bijou says, oh my God, next level evil. He's gaslighting and poisoning her at the same time. Just for the record, I didn't drug you. Then he says update. And then it gets into those other messages where he talks about plugging in her symptoms and she may be having a stroke. Then he's heading home. And then apparently he must have taken her to the ER. Now she says she wants to go to urgent care. He says, she says, I'm kind of wondering if maybe I had a sinus infection and I didn't really even notice because I get so used to them and it turned into an inner ear infection. And that's why it felt like it came on all of a sudden. And then he says, let's hope. So how are you feeling compared to yesterday now that you're up and loving around? I probably should say moving around. Same, she says. Geez, he says. Ange says, I'm not sure what you were expecting. I don't think this is a sleep thing. He says, I don't know either. I was hoping that maybe the worst of it is behind us And you were going to start feeling better over time, I guess. She says, did the ER give you any paperwork yesterday? Okay. He says, only the discharge paperwork on the island. It didn't have any of the blood work results or your MRI interpretation or the CAT interpretation or a CT interpretation or even the glucose numbers. Since you're out and about, I really think you should go over there and see if you can get a copy of it. Angela says they were supposed to give us info on the patient portal so we could access it ourselves. He said, I didn't get any of that. Sorry, the patient portal discussion must have been something that happened before I got back, kind of like between your MRI and being discharged. And she said, that's okay, I'll take care of it. I don't want to tell you, but I feel like you would be upset if I don't. But I may have passed out a little this morning while standing in the kitchen. I just remember holding onto the island because I was dizzy and then Violet in my face saying, Mommy. Oh, God, so scary. I like that name, Violet. He says, thank you for telling me, but that would have been a good moment to call 911. And she said, I just waited for a bell. It's weird because my eyes seem to be focusing better today. He says, well, that's good, I guess. She said, I woke up with a headache and spits in my eyes. Spots went away. Headaches still there. Spots, I guess she meant. He says, sorry, baby, that sounds awful. Your family's out of control, but hilarious. She says, I'm aware of both of those things. BS. I guess blood sugar, only 97 today. He says, wow, that's weird. A1C. She says, not doing urine test here. They recommend I go back to the ER, but my A1C was normal yesterday, right? Isn't that what the ketones are? Never mind. She told me they don't have the capability to do that test, but my PCP should. I'm tired. How did you talk with Matt go? I need a new PCP. He says it went fine. He says this sounds like diabetes to him. He said when your sugars are high, the lens in your eye expands and makes it hard to focus. You can get mental confusion and become really tired and weak. And he said it would explain the audio disturbances you've had too. He is really disappointed that the ER let you go without at least giving you some insulin. He said that we need to find you a PCP and call them and say that you are a new diabetic and that you need to be seen sooner than later. He was hoping somebody could get you in as early as today or tomorrow. She says, my doctor can get me in Thursday or Friday, but not before that. I don't want to be a new diabetic. So I would really rather not say those words. Tell Matt to stick it. What should I do? Jim says, let's plan on Thursday or Friday then. Anne says, I went ahead and scheduled it for 3 o'clock on Friday because that's when I would have a ride. Do you think I should change it to Thursday? My head is killing me and I'm so tired. Making these decisions is really hard. Jim says, I think you should do it on Thursday. I'm sorry your head hurts so bad. She says, I can't drive and nobody's here to take me. Jim says, I can find you a ride. What time could you get the appointment for? She says, I'll call back and find a ride and someone to watch the kids. He says, I may be able to help with that depending on what time. Actually, Dr. P is out Thursday, so maybe just stick to Friday. She says, too late. I changed it. And then this is Tuesday at 11:39 a.m. On top of all this, I'm pretty sure I have a sinus infection. He says, would you like me to call in a Z-Pack for you? She says, that would be great. Sorry, I meant to say that. And he says, on it, because now he's so helpful. Angela says, the PA at the urgent care called in a prescription for some kind of medication that's supposed to help with dizziness. I guess we could pick it up, but I wonder if it helps with dizziness caused by high blood pressure. I don't know how any of that works. And then at 2:07 p.m., he says, I love you. It was so nice hanging out with you and just watching a show and snuggling. I'm sorry that you still aren't feeling well and that you feel like I'm disappointed about that. I'm not disappointed at all, just feeling empathy for how hard that must be for you. Hopefully things can improve and get better. I'm also grateful that the last couple of days have allowed me to have much more I'm also so grateful that the last couple of days have allowed me to have more flexibility in my schedule. God really does know what he's doing. Are you feeling anything in particular for dinner tonight or this week? Says Jim. She says, I'm having a hard time feeling okay being sick and an even harder time knowing whether that's me or you. I could tell you were worried yesterday. But I guess I just think they sent us home and said nothing was wrong, and you think I should be fine. I realize I could be reliving the past. It's just hard. Did he poison her in the past? People are saying in the chat. And also, he's gaslighting her while he's killing her. You should be better by now. There's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with you. We took you to the hospital. We took you to the ER. We took you to your PCP. We took you to the urgent care, and everyone says there's nothing wrong with you. So you're faking it. You must be a hypochondriac. So when she says, I realize it could be reliving the past, it's just hard. And I see some people in the chat saying he poisoned her in the past. So I'm not sure about that. So I don't remember reading that in anything that I saw before, but you you guys may know more than I do. You often do know more than I do. And you often can pronounce things better than I can, especially the gaslighting killer will be the name of the trial, says Michael L. Yeah, or the name of the Lifetime movie. The gaslighting. Poison. We'll workshop that, Michael, but we're not gonna be able to watch the whole damn trial because, Colorado. Nydia says he said he says he drugged her in the past because he wanted to unalive himself and didn't want her to stop him. It'll be later in the affidavit. Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Nydia. Okay, we're gonna get to it. Just gonna jot down some notes for things I want to talk about later. Like, did anybody see Gladys's wedding on the Gilded Age? But I'm gonna write it down so we'll remember to talk about it later. She says, I realize I could just be reliving the past. It's just hard. And frankly, all of this is really scary. And I don't feel like we've addressed that at all. But I don't even remember most of yesterday. So maybe we did address it. I'm a crazy person. I'm not feeling anything particular about food right now. Tony is sending dinner tonight. She's gaslighting. He says, oh, good. What's she sending and when will it arrive? She says, Panera at 6:30. He says, I'm on my way! Exclamation point. Wednesday, March 8th at 7. I think that says 7:29 a.m. Jim says, will you please let me know when you're up? I'm nervous about it just being you and the littles. Today. First of all, I'm just going to point out that I hate when people say littles. And the reason that I hate it is because that horrible woman on Twitter, whose name I do not allow mentioned on my channel, she says that. And I never heard that before until she says it all the time. And now every time I hear that, I think, all right. Dave Roth says he's a POS. I know his attorney. She's a good person. He's going to prison soon. Oh, the attorney that you know, is it her husband who set their house on fire? That's so tragic. And I'm so sorry. And I hope he gets all the help that he needs because that's crazy. Okay. Angela says, I'm thinking about being up. Julia's coming for Vi later today. He says, oh, good. What about Nora? Angela says she wants to play online with her friends, drinking my drink and sitting on the couch with my ice pack and 2 anxious dogs. No blurred vision or dizziness or anything, mostly just the headache. Jim says, I guess that's an improvement over the last few days. Yeah, Sadie 1017 says after 23 years of marriage and 6 children, the monster does not need to exist. He says, you think it's an improvement over the last, he says, I guess that's an improvement over the last few days. She says, it's possible the headache will go away and I'll feel okay today. So yes, my sinuses are cleared out and draining. I can breathe again, but it's making everything taste gross. He says, I'm sorry, but that also sounds like good news. She says, it's okay. It will go away. I just wanted to update you and I'm hoping you don't worry today. What did you feel? What did you feed Ember this morning? He says, her frozen food. Angela says, Kay, thanks. She's being noisy and I think she wants her snack. And another thing, my nose hurts. Maybe next time I'm delirious and I have an IV wrap, you could remove it for me before I punch myself in the nose. I would really appreciate that. Oh, she punched herself in the nose and he was there and I'll make a mental note of that, he says. She says, how are you today? He says, so busy. I'm planning to come home and eat lunch with you, though. Al dente says, I'm sure she was tasting a metal flavor. Janek 1968 says, hit the like button. Yay, everyone hit the like button. She says, am I eating lunch? I'll need to gear up for that. I'm glad I'll get to see you. He says, I'm glad too. I'll need to ask you what you're hungry for and bring it to you. I'm kind of feeling just a smoothie or something, he says. Angela says, I'm not feeling anything. Don't bring anything. I'll eat something here. How's your headache? He says. Better, but it still hurts. I probably just need a shower and some sleep and some food. I hate your bird today. She won't be quiet. Oh, he's got a bird too? As if I couldn't hate this man anymore. I remember when I was in college, one of my boyfriend's roommates had birds, and he had to put like a blanket over their cage at night because the birds were so loud all the time. Sco buffs. Yeah, Nikki. Jennifer Coffendoffer. Shh. That's who it is. She's the reason I got so neck deep in the Karen Reed case, because she tried to make me look like a fool on court TV. That's the lore, by telling me that I was an idiot for thinking John O'Keefe's arm looked like it was attacked by a dog. She's eating crow now. She says, I hate your bird today. She won't be quiet. He says, shower and sleep and food sounds good. She says, I'm sorry about my family, with an eye roll emoji. Right. Right, Kev. Kev says he's checking in to see how she feels, to see if he needs to up his dose of poison. I mean, birds are fine, just not as a pet. I don't want to live in a house with birds as pets. No shade to anybody who enjoys birds. I know Duty Ron has a bird. I think he has a parrot, and the parrot talks, and the parrot says curse words. It's hilarious. He says, I just wish I could get my watch to stop sending me notifications every time they text. It's so annoying that I can turn off the notifications for that chat in my phone, but my watch doesn't listen. It's tapping me and tapping me and tapping me all day long as I'm trying to work with patients. Wow. Wow. Blaming her family for texting him for checking in on his wife, whom he is poisoning. And then she sends him a screenshot of a way to turn it off because he's a moron. I think she punched herself in the nose while she was in the hospital under anesthesia somehow. I don't know. I don't think she was trying to hurt herself. I think it was inadvertent. Then she even screenshots it and puts her big red arrow there and says, maybe try this. I know it doesn't solve the problem, but it'll shut it off for now. And he says, thanks, I'll try that. Scorpion says, if you can't figure out your Apple Watch, take it off. Wednesday, March 8th at 12:11 p.m. Angela says, hi, baby, I love your face. He says, how you doing? She says, good, just waiting for Julia. I'm trying to share my vital stats with you so you can see something, even if I'm asleep, but my head hurts and the BP one is making it worse. The BP one, he says? She said, I would need a separate blood pressure app, I think. I'm not really sure. He says, is Belle home yet? She says, just got here. You okay? He says, yep, just checking in on you. Checking in again. How are you doing? You're scary. She says, sorry, baby. I fell asleep on the couch. Then I woke up. Now I'm hungry. He says, I waited an entire minute, Ange. She says, thanks for checking in on me. I love you. He says, I love you too. I like checking in on you. This is so heartbreaking because it sounds like even though she found out that he was cheating and on all the dating apps and all the gross sugar daddy, sugar baby websites, Grinder, Tinder, Cringe, Fumble, whatever ones he was on, she still loved him and she still like wanted to be with him. even though maybe he might have tried to poison her before and he was cheating on her. And that's the only reason he's checking in, is to see if he needs to up the dosage of poison, in my opinion. How you doing? And then he sends, I don't know, a screenshot of something. With a login, dinosaurgym@hotmail.com, and a password. I'm sorry, that's blurry, but is it say dinosaurgym@hotmail.com? I wonder if he used that on the sugar daddy website. Calls himself Dinosaur Jim. Because cringe and fumble. I know. Siobhan Wright says, cringe and fumble made me laugh, circumstances aside. Well, cringe because, the obvious reasons, but fumble because it's always a miss. But I'll be here all week, you guys. I'll be here all week. Even though I called ahead and okay, Jim says, even though I called ahead and they said they had what I needed, when I showed up today, they did not have it. I'm so frustrated. I headed back to my office to do some research and see if I can find another place in town that has glassware like this. She sounds like a lovely woman, right? And she obviously was not a true crime fan, KPT. Amy Crew says, nothing says do me like dinosaur. What glassware? It doesn't. Then he says, I'm going to trust that you were just sleeping and not dead somewhere. I just finished up with what I needed to do at work. I just left the office. I'm going to stop at King Soopers on my way home and grab a couple of ingredients to make dinner tonight. Love you. Okay, all done with groceries. I'm headed home to make you some dinner. Thursday, March 9th, 7:17 a.m. How are you doing? Says Jim. And says, I feel super tired, but I left my phone on my lap, so I hope I feel it if you text. He says, okay, thank you. What time does this dentist go to work? 7:17 a.m. He's already in his office, or is this when he's out with his new lover? And then he sends a picture of, I'm not sure what this is. That looks like the back of I have no idea what this is. Back of a computer monitor? And his desk with the laptop on it and a Yeti maybe, or some kind of cup. And then I don't know. He says, I've decided that me owning a water bottle just means that I get to come in every morning and look at it on my desk. Oh, Mary Lou says, my dentist makes appointments at 7 a.m. That's nice. Good. That's good to know. Because some people got to go, before they go to work. They got to go to the dentist. And so there's that. I know that my kid's pediatric dentist is doesn't open and has weird hours. And so many doctors' offices now close during lunch. I'm just thinking to myself, every single time I call their call back later, we're at lunch. I'm like, we do. And listen, I love you guys. Nurses are the best. But office people who work in the office are very important. You are the face of the firm. You are the face of the doctor's office, and you have to be nice to people, because if you meet people, then they're not going to come back. But could you stagger your lunches? Because I don't have time to call back, quite frankly. I just don't have time to call back. And you can't leave a message. And I know they're very busy. Somebody just sent me an email about this case, but I don't think it has anything to do with the live feed. So, and I heard that the live feed stinks anyway. So we'll just wait until somebody has it and they up the audio and do all of the things and stuff that are appropriate so we can watch them appropriately. She says that is not the purpose of a water bottle. Are you nauseous? He says, I'm reading up on low blood pressure. She says, not today. I'm just cold, super tired, weak, shaky, and dizzy. Super thirsty, he questions. I've been drinking stuff all morning, so who knows? Blurred vision, he asks. No. I'm having a hard time concentrating this morning, Jim says. Anne says, I'm sorry, I'm just sleepy. Jim says, that's okay. You don't have to say sorry. How are you doing now? Angela says, I had Nikki bring over a glucometer to borrow. I'm at 179 right now. I'll check again soon. I'm feeling about like I did when you left. He says, okay, so high sugar. Yes, she says. Did she leave the glucometer? Yes. She says, did you eat anything this morning? Baby? Aunt, are you there? Angela says, hi, baby, sleeping. He says, phew. She says, I ate my protein something and some crackers. I'm down to 140, but feeling pretty crappy. He says, I'm sorry you're feeling so crappy. I hope they figure this out. How are you doing? And then at 3:32 p.m., he says, man, baby, you got to stop scaring me like this. I love you so much, and I'm not used to all of this excitement. Angela says, I promise you, cardio. I'm in room 212. Viv just texted about dinner tomorrow, and my head is killing me. Can you please respond to them? And he says, on it. So I guess she's in the hospital now in room 212. The nurse thought I needed more than Tylenol for my head, so the doctor gave me tramadol. Jim says, okay, that's good. She says, where do you go? And then he says, did you ever cut Allison off? And she said, yes. And she said, why? And he said, just making sure. Did she ever say anything about it? And then he says, nope, she never responded. So I feel like we're in a totally different conversation now. But this is the order of the text messages. Jim says, did you know that Violet's activity days is at Julia somebody's house? I really, really hate it when they do that. Angela says, yes, but they texted it this week and it didn't cross my mind. My question for you, if we're measuring my vitals to see what's affecting them and what's not, wouldn't you giving me oxygen when my stats go down mess that up? And he says, it absolutely would. I'm telling you, I have lost almost all my faith in that hospital. And she says, I'm going to ask the nurse that just came on shift if they're supposed to be checking my urine and blood glucose. Jim says, have you been able to ask this question yet? Are you doing okay? She says, yes, I fell asleep. She hasn't come back in yet. Jim says, I feel a lot less anxiety knowing that you're hooked up to monitors. And if I can't get a hold of you, it's not because you are dead. Ange says, so there was a link in my IV line. There was a kink. It must be a kink. And it's been beeping forever and nobody has come in. Are they monitoring this? Just a sec. Blood sugar 134, BP 78 over 55. The doctor down in the ER had no idea what she was talking about. They're going to be in here every 4 hours to monitor my blood pressure and my blood sugar. The blood sugar part I should have expected. The only thing this machine that I'm hooked up to is monitoring is my heart rate and my oxygen saturation. Jim says, I'm glad they're watching it. Sadie 1017 says, covering his tracks with all the positive texts. She says, I'm glad you're glad. I'm exhausted and sitting here feeling like crying because I know I'm not going to get any sleep. He says, I'm so sorry. I hate that. She says, also, don't be too mad at their leaders. We gave permission for Nora to pick up Vi and take her to the lobby to find me or the big girls. I'm just not sure why everyone left the lobby with two little girls there alone. Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you, says Jim. And says, you should maybe try and ask the girls a little more about it, like who they were playing with and where they were before they noticed they were alone. And he says, I'll definitely do that. Bishop just stopped by. Apparently, when Barb Harper finds something out, the entire ward knows about it. LOL. Carrie is texting me. Amy is texting me. Julia is texting me. Barb is texting me. You can imagine we have more support than we can handle right now. Anyway, so Bishop stopped by and I'm wrapping up with Cleo and Bill, and we are both going to come by and spend some time with you tonight. We are driving separately so that I can stay a little longer than he wants to. Exactly, Corey. If he's in the hospital, why is she not there? Why is he not there with her? He's got patients to see. One sec. Barb wants to bring dinner tonight. This is Friday, March 10th at 10:32 a.m. Angela says, Barb wants to bring dinner tonight. Jim, Kelly Hansen is already bringing dinner tonight, but if Barb would like to do tomorrow night, that would be great. Ange, can you text Barb? Jim, done. How did your orthostatic vials come back, or vitals come back? And then she just sends a picture of the board. He says, wow, standing is really a cardiovascular workout for you. I think you're in zone 3 there. She says, my head hurts so bad. He says, I'm so sorry. Have they given you anything for it? I'm going to lay down for about an hour in case you're trying to reach me. He's going to lay down for an hour at 10:30 a.m. She says, I just took tramadol. Same day, Friday, March 10th, 1:13 p.m. Is your headache any better? We are heading to the orthodontist now, says Jim. And says a tiny bit, but not really. He says, I'm so sorry. Have any of the other test results come back yet? Also, have the doctors said if you're going home today or not? And says, everything was negative or normal. They just did an ultrasound of my heart. She said she could send me home or keep me and watch my blood pressure. And then at 4:13 p.m., she says, 1 sec. And he says, just tried to reach you, but went to voicemail. I hope that means you're getting some rest finally. I plan to bring the girls up a little bit after 5 o'clock. We probably won't stay super long with everybody there because Cleo has a hangout with a couple of her friends at our house tonight at 6. Plus, it gets to be a little bit wild and crazy with everybody in there at the same time. And I know that your headache probably doesn't appreciate that. By the way, if you have any insight for me on what you would prefer in terms of visitation, let me know. It's really hard to read you, and I don't know if you like having us come up and visit or if it just makes it hard because you have to talk and think and we are noisy. I also don't really know if you like when I come up or what you would prefer. I want to do what you want. I don't know. How do they not know she's being poisoned at this point? And Amy Crew says Kara, and Amy Crew says, this is turning me into a raging anti-dentite. And says, I'm working on stretching right now in the hopes that my head will feel better. They just gave me a bunch of meds for my headache and my heartburn. I do like seeing you guys, but you're right. When my head hurts, it's hard to have a lot of people in here making a lot of noise. I love having you here. I just don't want to wear you out. Trying to take care of everything at home and be here with me. I mean, she's like literally dying in the hospital and she's worried about him. And she's the one who's been raising 6 children and she's worried about him. Shows you what kind of person she is. A way better person than him. I'm fine, he says, but it's really busy and crazy. But that's always the case when you're not around. I want to be up there with you 24/7. I love you and miss you, and I'm so worried. I wish you were healthy enough to come home tonight and snuggle with me. But thank you for staying so that I can feel like you're being cared for by professionals. She answers, please bring deodorant. And he gives her the thumbs up. And at 7:03 p.m., same day, Friday, March 10th, he says, I love you. I'm excited to have you home again. I'm kind of feeling a little bit like I'm drowning, but I'm doing my best. She says, I'm sure you're doing great. So my BP was just 145/73. I can't win. He says, oh my gosh. Classic Clippy is a dentist, I think, and says, this guy is not doing this because he is a dentist. Please stop saying that. Some of us are decent. Yes, not all dentists are bad. I love my dentists. I love all of my dentists. Just saying, the dentists have gotten a bad rap throughout film, TV, and history. Remember Steve Martin played the crazy dentist in was that Little Shop of Horrors? I think. I may be conflating my dental movies, but I love my dentists, and dentists are amazing. You are doing the Lord's work because listen, there's a lot of people's mouths that I would not want to look in, and a lot of people's breaths that I would not want to smell. So you are doing the Lord's work out there. You are. Thank you. Thank you, Classic Clippy, for doing the Lord's work. He says, oh my gosh, about the blood pressure. I'm going to head over and hang out with you for about an hour or so, if you're okay with that. Or I should say, I'm going to hang out with you until I feel like I'm falling asleep, and then they will come back home and do exactly that. But I want to see you again today. She says, I love that idea. He says, how are you feeling? Meh, the nausea is bad, but my head doesn't hurt as much. He says, well, we will take what we can, right? She says, if you haven't left yet, please don't forget to bring me a t-shirt. These long sleeves are making my vitals a little rough. He says, I've already left, but I also remembered the t-shirt. Thank you, baby, she says. Then at 8:59 p.m., she says, thanks for coming back. I miss you so much, and it's nice to have some time. I love you. He says, you're welcome. I wish I could have stayed longer. I love you, and I'm so glad you seem to be doing better. Hope you're able to at least get some water or Crystal Light down. Oh, did he bring her the Crystal Light? Don't even tell me that he's actively poisoning her while she's actively in the hospital. Saturday, March 11th, 12:32 a.m. Okay, I might throw up in my mouth a little bit because I just did as I read this to myself. So I'm going to trigger warn you. Jim texts, I just woke up dreaming about making love to you. I love you and I want you. Then at 7:12 a.m., he says, good morning. How are you feeling? 8:19 a.m., she says, bring a couple of pairs just in case, please. He says, okay, I forgot to ask, how has your blood pressure been? 10:14 a.m., please let me know when the doctor comes, Jim says. And says she's coming in now. He says, I wonder if we should request a cardiologist or a nephrologist consultation. And then at 1:17 p.m. on Saturday, March 11th, he sends her 2 photos of what appear to be dentures. I would say they're uppers. Oh, and some lowers as well. He says, okay, the first stage of finishing up this case is complete. And now I have to put in the curing unit for an hour. So I'm going to go home and grab the kids and come see you at the hospital for a little bit. I don't have to be back at the office in exactly an hour. It could be anytime after that. How are you feeling? Any different? Maxillary denture. Thank you, Ms. 808. Dentists in the chat unite. She says, they gave me if heartburn meds, and I think I slept for a little while. And he says, yay, we're here. And then Saturday, March 11th, 3:14. Have you been updating the big kids at all? Says Ange. He says, yes. She says, thank you. He says, how did the scan turn out? She said, head of emergency surgery just left. Gallbladder is slightly distended, but that happens when you don't eat. He said he doesn't think my issue is surgical, and he's going to look through my charts, talk to the doc on the floor, and see what kind of plan they can come up with. Jim says, I guess that's more good news that there's not something definitely seriously wrong with you. I mean, that came out wrong. I guess what I mean is I'm glad they don't see anything obviously surgically wrong. 5 p.m. Saturday, March 11th. How are you feeling? She says, nauseous, nauseated. He says, I'm so sorry. Have you been able to keep anything down? Mark and Renee are coming tomorrow. She says, I haven't even tried. Why? Jim says, so that they can be here next week to help out with the kids and stuff, just in case you're still feeling really weak and crappy. She said, that's nice of them. Jim said, I didn't ask them. Mark just sort of said, we're coming, and then followed up with, if that works for you. And she says, that sounds like Mark. And then there's something that's totally redacted. And then Jim says, Violet and Cleo have matching tats. She says, haha. He says, did they hook you back up to fluids? She says, no. How's the afternoon? Busy, but good. He says, main level is clean, starting the laundry and feeding the kids now. Can I bring you anything when I come tonight? She says, I think I have everything. Thank you. He says, that's not true. You don't have me. Although, I guess when I come, I will probably bring me. She says, they put me back on fluids. He says, do you know why? She says, no. He says, BP? She says, no, it's been fine. He says, so weird. I'm sorry. More puffiness, probably. Have you been peeing a lot? She says, yes. He says, that's good, I guess. Been able to eat? She said, I had a half a cracker. I'm waiting it out. 135/74. He said, geez, that's actually high for you. She says, I know. Then he sends something, I guess, trying to be funny. Looks like some sort of video. Said, Annabelle shared this with Cleo And Cleo shared it with me. We all thought it was hilarious, so I wanted to share it with you too. Looks like a TikTok or something. She says, I'm sure all three of you laughed hysterically. I'm sorry. I'm sure all three of you laughed hysterically. And she says, okay, maybe when you come, bring me some very simple chicken noodle soup. I need to try something. How many pages of text messages are there? I was expecting to watch live court today. I was not expecting to read 52 pages, but I'm here for it. Because we're not going to get to see the trial, so we might as well know the evidence. He says, should I just bring like a box of chicken broth? What are you thinking? She says, maybe something that could be warmed up. They have a microwave. I'm almost done with the broth they brought me. We'll see how that goes. He says, I'm finally heading up. I totally forgot the Vicks, but plan to come back later tonight anyway. I can bring it then. She says, I just got lots of nausea and heartburn meds. Maybe the broth will stay down. That's great timing, Jim says. You should try to eat some more broth and maybe some Crystal Light or some water or something. When they discharge you, I would really like to see if they would consider leaving your IV in. I have IV Zofran, and I also have fluids at the office. So I could manage some of that at home if we ever needed to. Plus, if we do end up having to go back to the hospital, it'd be nice not to have to start another line. Okay, so this is yeah. Maybe if you come home, you can come home with an IV so I can just push some stuff into your IV bag and get the job done a little bit quicker, honey. She says, I hate my IVs. They kind of hurt, but we can see if that would make you feel better. Sunday, 8:14 a.m. He says, morning, baby, you up? She says, yes, I hear last night was a little crazy. He says, yeah, it was for about 2 hours. How you doing this morning? She says, I feel groggy and drugged. They have my butt alarm on. I can't get up or they all come in. I didn't throw up. So I guess they have an alarm under her butt so she can't get out. They don't want her out of her bed. I've never heard of a butt alarm, but every day you learn something new. Yay for not throwing up, he says. And then there's a picture that's redacted. Someone was cold in church. Why is he taking pictures of people in church? Sleeping with the enemy? Mm-hmm. She says, I'm trying some cream of wheat this morning. And he says, okay, let's do this. She says, so far, so good. It's a fall risk alarm. Thank you. Yeah, bed alarm. That's what, okay. Oh, she meant bed alarm. It corrected to butt alarm, but I guess it's somewhere underneath. Is it underneath her butt? Okay, it's a bed alarm. Thank you. Buffalo Waffle, Kathy Smith, and KBD. And Red Torch Designs. It's a fall risk alarm in the bed. Nurse of interest, Jackie says, we had reading class with Mr. Jimmy. Now we have circle time with Melanie. Best summer ever. CU Buffs RN. Girl, this is the perfect case for you and me. Says, I see a lot of people asking how he poisoned her while in the hospital. Some family members secretly bring the patient food and drinks that they are not supposed to have. We can't watch 24/7. Wow. Wait, are you like a team nurse for the actual team? I'm so curious now. Could you write me an email? Because I really need to know. He says, they finished up with sacrament meeting and the bishop said that I can bring the sacrament to you. So I'm going to do that. Dave Chapman is going to lead elders quorum for me and Annabelle. Drove separately. So she's going to bring the girls to the hospital to visit after church is over. But my mind just isn't really in church. Right now, I need to be with you. Last night was pretty scary. I'm going home to get some bread. And then he sends her a picture through the front window of his vehicle. I'm coming to see you. I feel like I've totally worn out the stretch of road during the last week. That's like a passive aggressive complaint of having to drive back and forth to the hospital. Stands out to me like a sore thumb. Anybody else recognize that passive aggressive BS? He says, it just occurred to me that I have not brought you any flowers while you're in the hospital. I'm so sorry. I don't know how that skipped my notice. I think it's because I keep expecting them to let you go at any moment. If I had known you were going to be here this long, I probably would have done a better job with that. It's okay. She says, I don't need flowers. Clean underwear, blue and gray pajama pants, pink shaver, pink or teal t-shirt, Pilates socks, plastic bag for dirty clothes. He says, were you wanting me to go home and gather these things and bring them right back? Or is it okay to bring them the next time I come down? She says, I like them as soon as possible. I feel kind of gross. He says, okay, I'll drop the kids off at home and grab that stuff and bring it right back. Where would I find the blue and gray pajama pants and the pink or teal t-shirt? She says, the girls know what I mean in case you don't. Pajama pants on the shelf in my closet, t-shirts hanging up. My duffel should be in there too. Also, travel size soap. He says, noted. Blood pressure 114/81. I have a low grade fever. He says, man, your blood pressure's all over the board. 145/45, followed by 114/81. Somebody needs to tell your brain to get it together. She says, I've been saying that forever. And then she adds, okay, I'm adding this to the list. Clean underwear, blue and gray, pajama pants, pink shaver, pink or teal t-shirt, Pilates socks, plastic bag for dirty clothes, body, soap, conditioner, my hair towel. She says, my pulse ox doesn't want to work. He says, maybe you don't have any pulse. She says, maybe I'm a vampire. They keep taking all of my blood. Okay, I'm trying a sandwich. Wish me luck. He says, coming up, me that is, hopefully not the sandwich. She says, thank you, baby. Yeah, Colorado does allow live streaming sometimes, Rocky Mountains, but not this time. This time, this judge has said they will allow a camera in only for opening and closings, but it can't be live streamed. But sometimes they do, but it's up to the judge, right? Because Letitia Stout was televised, you were saying? I hope the EEG is going okay, and I hope you're able to get cleaned up in the other ways that you wanted to besides just your hair. This is that Sunday at 2:28 p.m. I'm going to lay down for a while. Not sure how long. I would think somewhere between an hour and a half and a week should do the trick. Then he says, I hope the EEG is going okay, and I hope you're able to get cleaned up in the other ways that you wanted to besides just your hair. He sent it twice. She says, my brain is normal, so there. I hope you're getting some sleep. I miss you. Yes, agreed. P. Lola's mom says, feeling so crappy in the hospital and feeling like I needed to shower was one of the worst feelings. I know. It feels disgusting, especially if you're too weak to even get up and do it. Sunday, 4:54 p.m. Jim says, I'm awake now. So now what? She says, he went to consult with my doctor and I get to watch Big Bang Theory. What are you doing? He says, not much. I just woke up from my nap and I think dinner is going to be here in about 10 minutes. They said between 5:15 and 5:30. Do you think they will let you come home tonight or do you think you have to stay one more night? Who naps more than this guy? He was poisoning her with a combination of arsenic, potassium cyanide, and one other thing that I put in the show notes. Tetrahydrozoline, as found in eye drops, over-the-counter eye drops, which is why I said it was hard to find Visine on the shelves for a long time because of cases like this. And then there were people in the comments telling me that Visine is bad. Don't use Visine. Like ophthalmologist came in my chat and said, don't use Visine. It's not good for you. I've heard Roto is even worse, but I do like Roto, but I heard I should not use the Roto eye drops. They're cooling. She says, nobody is sad and I haven't seen my doctor yet, but I ate my sandwich. He says, well, look at you, nauseous? She says, a little, but not vomit worthy. He says, that's a huge improvement. She says, I miss you. He says, I miss you so much. She says, when are you coming back? He's like, I thought around 6:30, if that's okay. I was going to wait for Belle to get home from temple prep to see who wants to come with me and who doesn't. She said, okay. He said, are they going to let you come home tonight? She said, no. He says, sad face, why not? She says, because of last night. Then he writes back, geez, Annabelle still isn't home yet. I think I will just do bedtime and come right back. I don't think I'll wait for Mark. This is at 8:18 p.m. I miss you and I want you home, he says. I think Nora was a little bugged that she wanted to see you and talk to you more, but she felt like Barb monopolized her time. Mark is stuck in traffic up by the tunnel. He thinks there's a wreck, so he might be in kind of late. I don't know if he'll even try to come into the hospital tonight. He might just wait till the morning. She says, okay. Sorry, I'm hurting. He says, I'm so sorry. I think that when I come back, I'm going to bring your laptop so that we can watch something without commercials. He says, okay, so quick update. Mark is not going to come tonight. They won't get here until probably close to 11 o'clock. I have the bedtime routine all done with the kids, and I'm headed back to the hospital to hang out with you until I'm tired and need to go to bed. I miss you, and I'm glad I get to have a little extra time with you tonight. I hope you're feeling better. She says, I'm having a popsicle. He says, sounds exciting. She says, I don't feel good. He says, I'm sorry you're not feeling good. I just got here and I'm headed up. Hopefully you're feeling better or I can do something to take your mind off of it. Sunday, 10:39 p.m., Jim says. Good night, baby. I love you. Also, I finished that song for you. I meant to give you my AirPods and have you listen to it tonight. But when I got to your room and I totally forgot about it. Maybe tomorrow. Mark and Renee are still at Idaho Springs, so they probably won't be here until close to midnight. Kind of gave them some preliminary instructions about what Nora and Violet will need in the morning, but I'm sure you might hear from them. Julia also said she might take the girls for a play date at her house tomorrow because I think Leah is on spring break this whole week. Anyway, I hope you sleep well and start to feel better. And if I can't, we can just make me again tonight. I just miss you and I want to be close to you. I love you so much. I'll talk to you soon, I hope. She says, I love you too, baby. Thank you so much. Thank you for handling so much. Maybe someone will figure me out tonight. Did you give Mark the door and alarm codes? He says, I disarmed the alarm. Monday, 12:41 a.m. Jim says, I woke up thinking about you. I just love you so much. Are you sleeping? She says at 6:15 a.m. on and off. Morning, baby. How was the night? Any crazy episodes? I agree. RN2 mom says the more details I get, the more horrifying this case is. She doesn't respond. So at 8:35 a.m., he says, how are you doing? And then he says, the tired is kicking in. She says, I'm sure it is. My head hurts really bad and I'm not allowed to sleep without oxygen. He says, oh, wow, that's new. Nausea. She says, I'm okay. I think I ordered cream of wheat. He says, how's your blood pressure and HR and heart rate? She says, blood pressure was lower this morning, but I don't remember. HR 106. I feel super tired. He says, I'll bet. Have you been able to sleep much? 2:26 p.m. Monday. Angela says, cardiologist thinks I'm a puzzle. He says, I'm shocked. She says, literally said exactly what Dr. Pham said. Well, you're a puzzle. He says, I know. So what's next? She gives the shruggy emoji. She says, he says he's going to check on me tomorrow, but also Dr. King is supposed to come by. Now I'm hungry. He says, besides being hungry, how are you feeling? She says, tired, like I want a real shower. He says, will they let you have one? She says, it's hard with the IV. I ordered orange sherbet. He says, bragger. She says, I would like to go home. And he says, I'm sure. Are they saying another night? She says, they're not saying anything. I haven't seen my doctor. He says, are you still super sleepy? She says, I pretty much slept all day. He says, wow, so not tired anymore? She says, I think mostly I feel lazy. I just want to go outside and walk around. He says, how's your heart rate SpO2, etc. He said, she says, same, but my SpO2 was low while I was just sitting here. My nurse says, I'm not lazy, but I should probably try to move around more. Headache's gone though, so that's nice. He says, heart rate's still high. I'm so glad the headache's gone with 4 exclamation points. She says, yes, but it seems to be my normal right now. Likes to hang somewhere around 114. He says, geez. She says, talking to Carrie. He says, no problem. I'm on my way home to wrap presents. Monday, 5:04 p.m. My legs are super hairy. I might have to shave twice, Angela says. He says, do you want me to bring the chainsaw? Do you want me to bring anything to the hospital for you? She says, no, I think I'm good. I may walk one of the girls, though. Oh, I may walk one of the girls through packing a bag for me so I have something to put on when I leave here tomorrow, but it can wait. I think you guys are probably already gone for dinner. And then he sends a picture of what I assume is the daughter's birthday party. And he says, happy birthday, Belle. Sorry you aren't here. How are you feeling? She's still sleepy, but good. I miss you guys. He says, we miss you too. We got to have a second birthday night with you soon. She says, can you stop at Panda Express on your way and get me a giant container of chicken, lo mein? He says, yes. You sure you don't want something from Texas Roadhouse? She says, it would be too cold, I think. Okay, I got you. He says, you want anything to drink? She says, no, thanks. Water's fine. Monday, 8:19 p.m. He says, I love you and I'm excited to bring you home tomorrow. She says, I wish I was going home now. He says, I so wish that. I'll come back and see you tonight, though. She says, thank you. He says, Nora says she doesn't like karate because of the teachers. Haha. Because the teacher's overwhelming need for respect. And Angela laughed at that. And then there's some flowers. It says, the Evermores dropped this off. She says, that was nice. And then it looks like they decorated the front door with hearts. And he sent a picture and he said, Annabelle got heart attacked. I'm headed up with my laptop and an episode of New Girl in hand if you care to watch it. Baby, I love you so much. I wish I had the kind of schedule that I could just stay up here 24/7 and be with you. I know it's lonely and boring and maybe sometimes scary, and I just want to be there to support you through all of it. I'm going to look at my schedule tomorrow and hopefully rearrange some patients so that I can be up here as much as possible. Good night, my love. And just as the song says, I hope you know that you're enough for me. Indeed, more than enough. I know a lot of song lyrics, as you know, and I don't know what song that is. I hope you know that you're enough for me. Indeed, more than enough. I don't. She says, thank you for spending as much time here as you do. It hasn't been fun, and I want to go home, but it really hasn't been that bad either. I love you, and I'll see you tomorrow. When you get home, can you please put out the crock pot and the crock pot liners for Barb to come pick up tomorrow? She wants to make you guys taco soup, but wanted to do it in our crock pot, so we didn't have to try to return it to her. And he says, absolutely, I'm on it. Also, there's a funny spot in the doorbell cam. You might want to wipe that off. He says, oh, okay, I'm on that too. Oh, she's watching the doorbell cam from the hospital. Think she's getting suspicious. He says, maybe the funny spot is me. Do I look funny in it? And she says, I forwarded the heart attack video to Belle. And he says, I can't wait, all in caps, to see you at home in my bed tomorrow. My bed? I'm wondering if they have separate rooms, because she did refer to her bed as I'm going in when she was home earlier. I'm gonna go into my bed. And now he says, I can't wait to see you at home in my bed tomorrow. I don't know. No judgment, but why don't you just say in bed if it's not my bed or your bed? I don't know. What is taco soup? I have so many questions. She says, hopefully I'll be other places in the house too. And she's like, and there's a laughing emoji and a heart emoji. And he says, no way, dude. She said, I had enough of bed rest. No, I agree, Emer. 42 separate rooms isn't all bad. There was a celebrity recently who came out and said that and got a lot of shade for it. I'm like, I don't know. Sleep divorce is a thing. And reminds me also, has anybody been watching And Just Like That? Got to talk about that with you guys too. Taco soup is delicious. If anyone can make it, anyone can make it. If I can, Aaron N says, I gotta look into it. I've never heard of it. Never heard of taco soup before, but it sounds good, like it could be good. All right, you guys are getting thrown in the recipes for taco soup. Time for bed exercise, he says. She says, how about let's make sure I don't feel like committing first. And he says, committing? And she says, vomiting. He says, okay, commit to not vomiting. She says, I'll work on it. He says, I fell asleep. Good night, baby. I love you. Tuesday, 8:10 a.m. He says, what are your O2 sats not on oxygen? And what's your heart rate today? She says, 96, 110. He says, not bad. Any idea if they're going to get you out of there for sure? She says, no idea. 9:50 at 5 a.m. on Tuesday. He says, geez, this morning is nuts. How's yours? Any news yet? Lots of people coming in and out. When the nurse comes in next, I'll ask about the doctor and discharge. He says, okay, great. Were you able to hold down your breakfast? Like, he's like, I'm not canceling my patients unless I know you're getting discharged. Kind of. That's what it feels like. Gross. She says, I've been trying to sleep. I haven't had breakfast. He says, makes sense. Keep sleeping. You need it. She says, I drank a protein drink. He says, good. I don't think it was his protein drink. I'm headed over to visit now. He says, do you want me to bring you some Chick-fil-A? She says, no, my stomach is a little meh. I'll order a sandwich. Then he says, that drink you gave me tastes weird. She says, good to know. I won't drink one. He said, it wasn't bad necessarily. It just has a kind of very faint, subtle, chalky aftertaste. And then she says, yeah, yuck. And he says, they said yeah to the clindamycin. AOD is putting it together now. ACOS. I'm sorry your sinuses are hurting. She says, it's okay. I'm sure I'll be fine. He says, the meds will help. He's an evil bastard. Thank you for taking care of me, she says. Oh, nah, girl, he's killing you. He says, of course, don't forget, you still have caffeinated Crystal Light if you want it. Or if you want some fresh with ice, I can make some and bring it to you too. Oh, he's so helpful. She says, no, this is good. I have a sandwich coming, so that will be perfect. My mouth tastes like medicine. Doc just signed off and is getting my paperwork together. If she gets done soon, I'll have Belle get me. If not, can you come home at 3 or should I call Renee? He says, I should be able to do it if it's around 3 or later. She says, it's okay if you can't. There are plenty of people who can come get me. I just like you best. He says, thanks. I like you too. Belle said Mark and Renee are on their way up to visit, so I bet I just ride home with them. I'll just ride home with them. My doctor wants me to do the HST. Do you have one you could bring home? Although I'm kind of thinking maybe I should do it after I'm done with the antibiotics. He says, I do have one, of course. Are they letting you out soon? He says, she says, I hope so. I have my oxygen tank. He says, like an old lady? She says, you married an old lady. On my way home. He says, oh, yay. Remember, by this time, they've been married for 23 years and they have 6 kids. She says, I'm home, but I feel exhausted and dizzy. The hospital just called and I left my pillow and my phone charger. Could you get those on your way home? Then at 5:52 p.m., she says, meds? And he says, what do you mean? And then at 6:03 a.m., she said, I sent that yesterday. Bear up their burdens with ease. And then it's a link to churchofchrist.org. I don't know if that's some sort of sermon or something she's sending him a link to. And then he says, thank you. I love that you share things like this with me. I finished that talk. So you feel like the load you're carrying right now is needed for you to get unstuck spiritually? Because I never really thought you were spiritually stuck. I just noticed you keep reading my messages but not responding, and I have some time between patients right now, and I thought I'd try calling instead, if that was easier. And she says, I left my phone on accidentally. Sorry, I was actually asleep. He said, oh, okay. I wondered. Tired? She says, we can really dizzy this morning. She probably meant to say weak and really dizzy this morning. I have trouble staying upright. Is Rich coming to tune the piano? And he says, no. He got sick and just called and left me a voicemail and told me he wouldn't make it today and he would call to reschedule some other time. She says, that's probably best. We have enough going on. He says, agreed. I'm so excited for the girls to get to go to the zoo. Did they leave already? She says, yep. He says, you feeling any better? Maybe you're getting so much needed rest. I love you and hope you start feeling better. And then Wednesday, 11:24 a.m. says, oh, wait. So what day was that? That was Tuesday. He says, I'm here, but waiting in line, like I'm checking in to visit a prisoner or something. Security is taking people back one at a time. How are you feeling? I guess if that was, maybe she was in the hospital again. On March 16th, 2023, Detective Harris was sworn in by Arapahoe County Honorable Magistrate Heidi Kutcher for multiple warrants. Detective Harris received signed warrants for James's blue iPhone 14, plus the hard drive collected from Dental Room 9 at Summerbrook Dental Office, James's laptop from the dental office, and James's iPad collected from the residence at South Robertsdale, which is their house. The warrants permitted a search and download of the devices. The blue iPhone Plus specifically requested a search from the dates of February 16th to March 16th. That's how search warrants are supposed to work. On March 17th, due to the forensic detective being off of work, an initial history search of the devices was conducted. Yarafian and Detective Harris plugged the hard drive into a TV to look at the history of dental room number 9. I don't even include pictures. This is a very thorough affidavit, I must say. Detective Harris opened the Google Chrome page and saw the above depiction. Just below the X area of the web page that you would click to exit the page was a J. When the J was selected, it provided a possible additional email account of James's. The known email on his phone was dinosaurjim@me.com. This new email was jimandwaffles@gmail.com. Jim and Waffles. Detective Harris then clicked on the 3 small dots to the right of the J and clicked on the history. The history of the email account began on February 27th, 2023. This appeared to indicate that the email address was created on that date. Beginning on February 27th, 2023, we observed that the user had conducted searches related to poison. Those searches included how many grams of pure arsenic will kill a human, and is arsenic detectable in autopsy? Well done, Jim. Well done. See below. The first screenshot on February 27th provided the following history. In a red box. Oh, February 27th. So he was planning this for quite some time. He's searching for chemical suppliers in Aurora, Colorado. And then he's going to his inbox of jimandwaffles@gmail.com. And then he says, there's an email that says your Amazon.com order. And that's got a red box around it. James has searched chemical suppliers in Aurora, Colorado, and also had made a purchase via Amazon. We clicked on the Amazon order and found the following. Hello, Jim. Thank you for shopping with us. We'll send a confirmation when your item ships. They've got this is the most thorough arrest warrant affidavit I think I've ever seen. More screenshots of what it was that he ordered. I mean, Did you know you could buy arsenic on Amazon? Hello? Anyone? For $13? State rests. That's it. We don't need to go any further. There it is. Arsenic metal, 99.999%. Crystalline metalloid, 10 grams for element collection. Only $13, my friends. I don't give anybody any ideas. The Amazon order number in the email was then clicked on, and the Amazon account pulled up an order. The item was ordered on February 27th, 2023, and delivered to their home and left in the mailbox on March 4th of 2023. It was only $13, and we just read out what the item ordered was. In the description of the item James purchased, the information states that arsenic is often believed to be used for murder, as it has been in many crime novels. The second portion of the informative description stated that the real danger is in swallowing it, which could very well prove fatal. The next screenshot showed the following history from 3:32 p.m. to 3:35 p.m. Amazon, Gmail. Then from 3:28 to 3:22, 3:32. A lot of Amazon searching up pure arsenic. Where can I buy arsenic? How to purchase arsenic. I mean, this takes me back to the days of like arsenic and old lace. Do you remember that? Arsenic and old lace. Was it a movie? Was it a play? Was it both? Betty Davis. Yes. Yes, P. Lola's mom. It just came into my head too. That's a black and white flip. Okay. All right. You're gonna. I'm gonna IMDb it. Maybe it's something for us all to watch today. We can discuss tomorrow. Maybe we should do like a book club, but instead of reading, because I don't want to read any books, we could do like a movie club, and we could all watch a movie for homework, and then we could talk about it. Like, the classics. Maybe we should get back to the classics. All right. So this is Arsenic and Old Lace, is a Warner Brothers film from what year? 1944. Directed by Frank Capra. Old black and white film. I remember seeing this. I remember seeing this when I was a kid. You know who was in it? Cary Grant. Cary Grant, Priscilla Lane, Raymond Massey. Oh, I love reading too, Cami Burchett. I just don't have time to read a book. And it's easier for people to just watch a movie and then discuss it. Larry Lee Lakin says it was a movie with Cary Grant where his ants poisoned people. We could start with Aaron Brockovich, says Grace. All right. Exactly. Sandy B says, I can't even get my Allegra D without ID and a search to make sure I'm not a crackhead. How about the same for poisons? Right. But I think because he had a DEA number or whatever that number is, that he's allowed to buy it. I don't know if Amazon vets that. No, maybe that's how he got the other stuff, the potassium cyanide. We must read on. It's like a toss-up between Dumbest Criminal, between him and Brian Walsh. Here's a search history, how to purchase arsenic metal. Is arsenic disulfide poisonous? How to purchase it, where to purchase it in Denver. And then thrown in there for good measure is just a YouTube video called The 6 Strangest Places on Earth. James searched arsenic on the Alpha Chemistry website that provided many variations of arsenic. And then here's the next screenshot, which provided how many grams of arsenic will kill a human. This particular search had a Google search of how many grams of pure arsenic will kill a human. When that link is clicked, there's information of what could be an exposure or lethal dose. And it gives it to you right there. It says then less than 1/8 of a teaspoon can be fatal to a healthy adult, while even less could kill a child, an adult with impaired health, or an elderly person. The next screenshot from 3:15 p.m. to 3:20 p.m. provided the following. What can you use arsenic for? Colorado Chemical, is arsenic a metal? Arsenic Suppliers USA. And then a YouTube video for the 5 most dangerous chemicals on Earth. I think Angela was 43 at the time of her death. And they had 6 children. They had been married for 23 years. The bottom of the screenshot shows a search of is arsenic detectable in autopsy from the Carlson Company. When the website is checked for the Carlson Company, the following can be found. And there's a whole article. Is arsenic detectable in autopsy? All you need to know about arsenic poisoning. And more screenshots showing YouTube videos for the top 5 undetectable poisons that show no signs of foul play. Wow, you can really research up your murder on YouTube. Who knew? Whatever happened to good old-fashioned divorce? I don't know. I don't know. Was there life insurance? I don't know. WTF. 6 out of 6 how to make poison on YouTube. 5 out of 6 how to make poison on YouTube. Oleander, how to make poison, and the top 10 deadliest plants that can kill you. Okay, I get stricken on YouTube for showing a picture of John O'Keefe's arm because my show is not friendly to advertisers and people can do YouTube videos on how to make poison. I mean, when I was a kid and somebody got a hold of like the anarchist cookbook, you had to like hide that somewhere where nobody could find it because I don't know. You had to really go out of your way to find something like the anarchist cookbook. You couldn't just go on YouTube and find a video. The search history provided YouTube searches for top 5 undetectable poisons that show no signs of foul play and how to make poison and the top 10 deadliest plants they can kill you. Then they go on to say who exactly made these videos and what the information provided on the top 5 undetectable poisons show no signs of foul play is a video by It's All Viral, shown above in the screenshot. The following information is a synopsis of what was provided. Here's our summer reading of the day. The top 5 undetectable poisons and how they affect certain people. I'll probably get stricken for that too. But you know, It's All Viral. Maybe they're not monetized. I don't know. Polonium, an ex-Russian spy killed by this in a teacup. The item is said to be so dangerous that 1 gram could kill 1.5 million people in a few months. Mercury. Amadeus Mozart was killed by lethal mercury pills. There are 3 forms of that can be ingested, inhaled, and consuming it. Oh, Scorpion says, I have seen highly sexual ads pop up on YouTube channels. Not mine, because I have my YouTube ads set to like, there's a lot of YouTube ads I will not allow on my channel. You know? So I hope you're not seeing them on mine. I don't allow political ads. I don't allow, there's a lot of categories that I don't allow. So that's wacko. If you're on replay, let me know what kind of ads they're sending you. Because I'm curious. Cyanide, found in countless items in the home and other locations. 1.5 milligrams per kilogram of body weight is a fatal dose for humans. Oh, this would be the one that he chose. We will find out. Cyanide. Botulinum toxin, if not treated immediately, leads to paralysis. If not treated right away, can lead to death. Arsenic, virtually undetectable besides the Marsh test, used in murder and mystery. Oh, because he tried the arsenic first, and when that didn't do the job, he ordered the cyanide. The following screenshots from 302 to 312 provided the following. Again, how to make poison from Oleander. That's another great movie. It's a Michelle Pfeiffer movie. White Oleander. Did anybody ever see that movie? That's a great movie. More screenshots regarding oleandrin and how to make poison from oleander. Another screenshot where the box says where to buy oleander. Okay. He searched via Google how to buy oleander and 6 deadly undetectable poisons and how to detect them. When you click on buy oleander, you get a Google search for the plant. And then the Nerf Fighterier wiki. I have no idea what that is. Nerf Phyteria wiki. I don't know. Learning so many new things today that I never needed to know or wanted to know. Describe multiple poisons in the text as well as had a video of the perfect poison. The site provides the following information. Depending on the toxin you go with, you can kill someone slowly and quietly or abruptly and dramatically. Although to be clear, we do not recommend any of this. Well done. Within the text of the information, the following is provided about arsenic and cyanide, and there's a video there to watch called Perfect Poison. The article is somewhat lengthy, but has information on some of the symptoms of cyanide. The symptoms are weakness, nausea, difficulty breathing, seizures, or cardiac arrest. Wow, those are all of the things that he was asking her if she was experiencing, weren't they? Are you nauseous? Seizures, cardiac arrest? Oh, I didn't read the book, Stephanie Slaughters. Maybe I should read the book, White Oleander. The movie did it no justice. She says. The video explains that cyanide is very hard to detect, and it's often too late by the time doctors can diagnose what happened. This concluded the search history on this date and anything related to poisons. When we clicked on the Amazon order, we could view the emails from the Jim and Waffles gmail.com account. Once we took a closer look at this account, we found additional purchases of poison. The account's first contacts were on February 27th, 2023, and it appeared the account had just been created. The account had the following contacts. Oh, enter Karen, Karin, Cain, Cain. I believe this is the woman that he met at the orthodonture conference, perhaps. And you can see what you can see. Seeing you. She says, "Hi, honey. I am so," or I don't know if that's her. I guess that's her on the incoming email. Sending daily devotions back and forth on March 10th. All the while, Angela is in the hospital. But it looks like something about Kathleen Kane's going back to March 4th. And then there's that another woman, Kathleen Kane. I thought it was Karen Kane. Oh, Karen Kathleen Kane, that says. All right. Uh-huh. Yeah. The emails ended on March 16th, 2023. We're going to learn more about this, about these women. And started on February 27th, 2023. The emails also have a J in the top right portion, and when clicked, it shows that it belonged to Jim Craig. Emails had multiple orders within the contents, as well as communications with a Karen Kane. Within the contents of the email, there's an order on March 9th from Midland Scientific. I believe this is the potassium cyanide that was sent to the office. Yeah, it says Sigma 207810, which is the technical term for potassium cyanide. The following email between James and employee Cassie Rodriguez took place. Cassie says, "James, also our product screening team would like a usage statement for what you will be using the item for. Please provide that as soon as possible. You can provide that in your response with the attached form and return to me." Oh, well, Midland Scientific was doing their due diligence on selling this stuff to him. They wanted a usage statement, and then they didn't have it in stock, but they said that they could ship it overnight. The web order copy was provided. It shows. So here's all the receipts. Here's all the receipts. The order note states, "Hopefully this is in stock and I can come pick it up tomorrow, March 9th. It appeared that based on the order, James needed this product right away. If we go back to the text messages, which I know some of you will do, I think that was during the time she was in the hospital and she just wasn't dying quick enough. And there's a restricted, all kinds of emails from the company. He needed to fill out a form. And he responded by stating that he was a surgeon performing a craniofacial reconstruction. James said he is using this chemical to check and see if it will help with the layering of alternative metals. He stated that if successful, this will be published as a paper in the National Institutes of Health. He gave his license number and his email, Dr. Craig at summerbrookdental.com, in case anybody wants to write to him, although he's in jail now. Probably has a different email. The email he's communicating on to buy the poisons and with Karen Kane is thejimandwaffles@gmail.com. At no times is James using his professional email to your affiant's knowledge to make these purchases after alleging that they're for work. Cassie then responded stating the delivery was expected for tomorrow and the email is on March 9th. James tells Cassie she's been helpful, and then she tells him that there's a preferred form for the product. Cassie responded and stated that because James was a new user, that the system would take longer to process the order. James responded that he figured it out, referencing the form, and sent it from the hospital. He sent the following response. Well, he wrote it out. I mean, it's quite clear that this man purchased the poisons. The response is the restricted usage form, and he stated it would be used for electroplating over medical prosthesis. He signed the form and dated it. James then responded to Cassie's message about the delivery delay and stated it was inconvenient. It's inconvenient. He stated he will shuffle some things around and get the delivery by Friday, March 10th. He says, oh my God, you can't make this up, on Thursday, March 9th. Oh man, to Cassie, the woman who's selling him this poison from, whatever legitimate company it is. It is a legitimate company. That's what it is. AAARON, Alive Through Sprite. Thank you, AAARON Spencer. That case, I started looking at that yesterday because somebody tagged me on a TikTok video. It's in Arkansas. I was going to try and find some court documents on it. That case needs some attention, Alive Through Spite, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I thought we were doing a live trial today. We're not, but that's not our fault. Here it is. Aaron Spencer case in Arkansas, blatant corruption and misconduct by the law enforcement to protect a predator who repeatedly assaulted a young girl. We're going to talk about that at the end of the stream, because if you haven't heard about it, it's going to outrage you. It's in Arkansas. It's, you know what it is in that case? It's the Dexter defense. Here it is. We have Dexter sometimes in the corner, as in that guy needed killing. This Aaron Spencer case out of Arkansas, that guy needed killing. He killed a man who had forced his daughter into having relations, let's just say, because YouTube doesn't like the word. And then he tried to kidnap her. And then the father chased after him and killed him. And now the father is it's bad. It's bad. And that's just a brief overview. But it's coming up for trial, I think. I put the day of the pretrial conference in my calendar, which I think it's in this fall. Okay. Jim wrote to Cassie, oh man, so inconvenient. Well, ship it out anyway. The course is Friday and Saturday, so I'll shuffle some things around to make sure I can utilize it for Saturday. What method will it ship? And will it still ship for a Saturday delivery? Yeah, she says she'll do Saturday delivery on Thursday, March 9th. March 10th. He really wants this poison like now. He wants the shipment notification. Then he's asking for tracking information. And then he says on March 11th, I've been waiting all day and it didn't come. He had communicated with Caitlin. He had a personal package coming to the office and not to open it. He believed the package was the personal package. It was okay. And then they opened it He got the tracking number. Caitlin, who worked in the office, she had seen a container with a label of potassium cyanide on it. James had told her not to open the box, but Caddy Van Horn had gotten to it first, and the box was opened with the potassium cyanide inside. James had alleged to Cassie via email that this was for work, but told his employees it was a personal purchase. And they got the tracking number. This is some good police work. Shout out to Aurora PD. This is good police work. They had this case wrapped up within, I don't know, a couple of days. There was another purchase made by James on March 6th. That was for oleandrin. Oh, yes. He was buying all the poison. He was buying all the poison. I don't know about you, but I think they got this case locked up pretty tight. James never received this item because MCHU investigator Josephek was able to contact FedEx and inform them of the situation. FedEx stated their interdiction team would stop the delivery of the package and hold it for investigator Josephek to recover. They intercepted that package. Then the other emails were with the Karen Cain, Karin Cain. The emails were intimate in nature and contained sexually explicit conversations. There were also travel plans within those emails to Karen Cain. The first travel dates were March 8th through 10th of 2023, which showed Karen traveling from Austin, Texas to Denver, Colorado. Angela was in the hospital during March 9th to 14th. The email account appeared to have been created on February 27th, along with the searches to plan the plans to poison someone and to convene with Karen. Plane ticket information. It appeared that James had Karen visit him while his wife was in the hospital sick. The second flight itinerary was from March 16th to 20th. This first flight was purchased on March 4th, which was the same date that the arsenic was delivered to James's house. I mean, looks like the jury's going to be done in a half an hour. This trial shouldn't be very long. But they're going to drag it on for weeks, I think. Yeah, this is why he was napping so much. I agree. But like, weren't the kids like, oh, dad hasn't been around? He was napping. Follow-up email from Karen suggesting that, all right, wait. Follow-up email from Karen on March 16th suggested that James had told her something had happened to Angela. Karen sent James an email explaining how sorry she was for him and that she wished she was helping him, not pulling him away. She stated she knew it had to be so hard what he was going through and that she wanted to be there for him, but did not want to mix in with his family and friends and pretend to be only a friend when there was something more. Here's the email from Karen. I don't want to really dox her, so I'm not going to. Hi, honey. I'm so sorry for what has transpired this week in your world. She's calling him honey. This is March 16th. I'm not a part of your world. I am sorry I am not a part of your world to be of more help to you, and instead I'm pulling you away. This is so hard. I want to be and do whatever I can to support and encourage you, and I don't want to add what has become an incredibly difficult time. I can't imagine what it is doing to you to walk your kids through this. I do want to give you any comfort I can, but I do not feel it's right for me to mix in with all those gathering to mourn Angela either, and I do not want to meet your family as a friend and try to conceal what I feel for you. I'm praying for you, and I seek God's wisdom at the time. I love you. She did speak to the press. I have some interviews pulled. She did like an interview with Good Morning America. I imagine she's going to be testifying at the trial. Hang on. On March 17th, 2023, your affiant spoke with Angela's sister, Tony, Date of birth. Tony stated that she and Angela spoke almost daily. Angela visited her in Utah from March 1 to March 5. While in Utah, Angela was neither sick nor complained of not feeling well. Oh, okay. So she had no symptoms before March 5th. Oops. Tony stated that Angela and James is married. Oh, you always get the best information from the sister, right? Always. Tony stated that Angela and James's marriage had always been tumultuous. James had multiple affairs with several women. Oh. Told Angela he had been addicted to pornography since he was a teenager and drugged Angela approximately 5 to 6 years ago. Well, there it is. Drugged her 5 to 6 years ago. Wow. Angela told Tony that James drugged her, an unknown drug, because he planned to go into their bathroom and give himself a lethal injection of something to commit the S word. Yeah, and she didn't tell the hospital. I don't know. Did she not want to snitch on him? I don't know. I'm so confused. James told Angela he drugged her so she wouldn't find him nor be able to save him, which would give the lethal drugs time to kill him. I would imagine she probably didn't tell anybody at the hospital any of this. Wow. I mean, just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, it gets worse. Your affiant believed this is what James referred to in the text message exchange outlined in red earlier in this affidavit. Given our history, I know that must be triggering. Just for the record, I didn't drug you. Angela told Tony several times over the past 16 years that she was going to leave James, but said that James always convinced her to stay. Angela told Tony that James had run the dental office into the ground and that their finances were dire. Angela complained to Tony that James recently traveled to Las Vegas, where she said that he gambled away over $2,000. When James updated Tony on Angela's status, James said he would not allow hospital staff to conduct an autopsy. Tony said she pled with James, asking him to do an autopsy in case it was genetic, so they could prevent one of their children from getting sick. James said he felt if they couldn't figure out what was wrong with her when she was alive, he wouldn't let them poke her more when she was dead. Oh, boy. On March 18th, your affiant was advised Angela was pronounced brain dead at 4:29 p.m. by University Hospital physician Natalie Hild. Colorado statute determination of death states an individual is dead if A, the individual has a sustained irreversible cessation of circulatory and respiratory functions, or B, the individual has sustained irreversible cessation of all functions of the entire brain, including the brainstem. Through the CDC, your affiant learned that ingesting arsenic typically causes severe gastrointestinal signs and symptoms, such as vomiting, abdominal pain, and diarrhea. Signs and symptoms might lead rapidly to dehydration and shock. Different clinical manifestations might follow, including dysrhythmias, prolonged QT T wave changes, altered mental status, and multi-system organ failure that ultimately could result in death. Through the CDC, your affiant learned that ingesting cyanide typically causes chest pain, confusion, dizziness, eye pain, eye tearing, excitement, difficulty breathing, headache, nausea, rapid or slow heart rate, rapid or slow breathing, restlessness, shortness of breath, vomiting, weakness, or wheezing. In addition, more serious symptoms include higher low blood pressure, loss of consciousness, lung injury, seizures, coma, and death. Angela told James she was having the following symptoms beginning on March 6th of 2023 through March 15th of 2023. Dizziness, her head felt funny, her eyes did not want to focus and felt heavy and slow, felt drugged, whole body feeling tingly, extreme headache, eye discharge, altered mental state, high and low blood pressure, weak, shaky, tired, nausea, and vomiting. Your affiant documented the litany of tests completed by 2 separate emergency department doctors through her text messages to James and James's messages to Michelle. None provided a medical reason for her symptoms. However, reading the CDC symptoms of the poisons, your affiant knows they are consistent with the symptoms Angela was experiencing and that ultimately killed her. Conclusion. Throughout this investigation, your affiant has spoken to numerous people who have provided insight into Angela and James Craig's relationship. Not one person has suggested or even seen any source of suicidal ideations from Angela. James had provided those statements to the Department of Human Services employees who, after hearing those statements, felt that James was trying to make a point to have some source of the cover-up story to prevent his incrimination. James has made varied statements to various audiences. He told the Department of Human Services that Angela was suicidal and that he had saved her many times, but never reported it. James had told his fellow employees that his marriage was failing and he was in financial turmoil. He has also been recently communicating with a woman named Karen Kane about what appears to be a sexually intimate relationship. It appears James was flying this woman into Denver while his wife and the mother of his children was dying in the hospital. In totality, this investigation has proven that James has gone to great lengths to try and end his wife's life. On February 27, 2023, he created a new Gmail account, jimandwaffles@gmail.com, which he only used in dental room number 9 within his practice, his office. This email account was not found on his cell phone, his laptop, nor on Angela's phone. While using this account, he had researched multiple undetectable poisons and eventually purchased crystalline metalloid arsenic from Amazon.com. After buying this poison, he received an email from Karen Kane about her intention to fly to Denver from March 8th through 10th, 2023. On March 4th, the arsenic was delivered to James's mailbox at his home residence. On March 4th, James received another email from Karen Kane for a trip that was scheduled for March 16th through 20th with a flight plan. On March 5th, Angela returned home from a trip to Utah. On March 6th, Angela was admitted to Parker Adventist Hospital as she complained that her head felt funny. She was dizzy, her eyes were not focusing. She continued that she did not feel well, that she did not feel right in her head, and that her body was responding slowly. These symptoms were consistent with some of the symptoms from arsenic. These symptoms, per the CDC, were vomiting, abdominal pain, diarrhea, dehydration, altered mental state, or organ failure. Angela was released from the hospital on March 6th. James then ordered oleandrin 1 milligram in the quantity of 3 on March 6th. These items were intercepted by FedEx and were not delivered to James. On March 8th, according to the flight plans from February 27th, Karen Kane came to Denver. James then ordered potassium cyanide from Midland Scientific with a request to have the items overnighted. He requested to pick them up on March 9th. Specifically, there were delays in the shipments due to verifying his credentials. He responded while he was in the hospital that he could complete the form and that the potassium cyanide was needed for surgery. James showed impatience in the email string between him and Midland Scientific. James then told his employee, Caitlin, that he had a package coming to the office on March 13th. The package was personal. It was accidentally opened by an employee, and you know the rest. March 14th, Angela was released and returned home. On March 15th, she goes back to the hospital. Different hospital this time, University Hospital, Anschutz. She started to suffer from a severe seizure and was intubated. Angela suffered from a lack of oxygen and no pupil reaction and began to have intracranial pressure. This led Angela to the medical intensive care unit where she was on life support and did not regain brain activity. James was known to make Angela protein shakes regularly and had administered many to her. It was believed he had provided Angela with the poison through these shakes. Per the CDC, the more severe symptoms include high or low blood pressure, loss of consciousness, lung injury, seizures, coma, and death. James has ordered multiple poisons. That were not known to have been located during the searches of his residence or business. James has not attempted to speak with police regarding what occurred with his wife, but has made statements that he had the answers to what happened. James has only repeatedly asked for his phone back. Based on the totality of the investigation, James has shown the planning and intent to end his wife's life by searching for ways to kill someone undetected, providing her poisons that align with her hospitalized symptoms, and working on starting a new life with Karen Kane. Your affiant finds there is more than enough preliminary evidence sufficient to arrest James Craig with premeditated first-degree murder. Based upon the foregoing facts and circumstances, your affiant feels that she has probable cause to believe the offenses of 1, premeditated first-degree murder has been committed, and that Craig, his name's not Craig Oliver Craig, it's James Tolliver Craig, did commit the offense. This is dated March 18th, 2023, which was the same day that Angela was pronounced. She was pronounced at 4:29 p.m. This arrest warrant issued at 11:21 p.m. I mean, they already had all their ducks in a row. And this was only the information that they knew as of Angela's date of death, because that's the same day. Wow. This, just when you think it's like nuts, it gets more nuts. Truly evil. This is what true evil looks like. Let's go to the chat. Yellow Ledbettero says, finally figured out how to change my name. Well done. Formerly Kimberly here. Did you ever look into the honor killing out of Washington State? Started yesterday. Yeah, we talked about it in the beginning. I think the daughter was going to testify today. I'm not sure if she did, because we've been here. And that trial just, I mean, their day just started like an hour and 45 minutes ago. And I just, at the beginning of the stream, I said, like, is every trial just boring to me after Karen Reed's trial and seeing the amazing lawyers that we saw in the Karen Reed trial and watching it twice? And I was not overwhelmed with, I don't know. I watched some of the openings or I listened to them and I wasn't that, I don't know. It didn't excite me. It's a terrible thing that happened. Thank God they didn't kill their daughter. But it's unfortunate that this is the only thing that's being live streamed right now, right? Yeah, you guys are just waking up in Washington State. I envy you, but I do love covering cases on the West Coast because we get to sleep late on the East Coast. So many of you in California on the West Coast were so committed to Karen Reed that you were waking up at 5:30 every morning to watch with us live. Thank you, Yellow Ledbetter, for your super chat. Gigi's got the silver bracelets ready. Says, you changed my name too. Tired of being Higgy or an ice cream truck. I'm a Gigi. Thank you for your 5. Jojo, what makes this so evil is that he's watching her slowly expire while pretending to care. It's not instant. It's prolonged and painful. Yeah. And then when it wasn't working quick enough or quickly enough, he bought more poison. Thank you, Jojo, for your 10. Mom Bess has been here for 10 months. Says, I've been missing our daily hours together. You're amazing company while I do all the mom stuff. Thank you, Mama Bess. I know. We're going to have to just keep doing it. And every day, and we'll talk about different stuff. We can cover a lot of different things in one day. I needed a bit of a break after Karen Reed, and now I'm ready. Although, so we'll come back tomorrow. I'm going to say, what time is good? What time is good for everybody? I know, I like 10. I think 10 is a good time. 10 Eastern. Because I have a whole show from yesterday that I didn't do yesterday. I thought we were doing this today. But bump. I can't lie, this field was weird, says, hello, I want to throw a case at you. It's the rich kid trial with AJ defending the drunk driver who killed 4 senior girls. Yes, we've been talking about that a lot. Where you been? You hear all the time. Where you been? Where have you been? I've been covering that case since its inception in my head. Fraser Baum or Bohm, I'm not sure how he pronounces his name, is a kid who grew up in Malibu, one of my favorite places in the world. Went to Malibu High. He was 20 years old at the time of this fatal car accident in which it is alleged that he was driving over 100 miles an hour along Dead Man's Curve on the PCH. Maybe he was being chased by some guy who had road rage. Maybe he was going 70. Maybe he was going 104. Regardless, he was speeding. He hit a couple of parked cars, and then I believe one of those parked cars hit 4 Pepperdine sorority sisters who were standing on the corner and killed them. And it is a tragic, horrible story. Many people believe that Fraser Baum is being overcharged because he's being charged with murder. And they say that it is unfair, selective persecution of the laws because was it Gascon who indicted him on the murder charges? He wasn't drunk. I didn't say he was drunk. He wasn't drunk. He wasn't on drugs. He may have been being chased. And I don't know if I can get to murder on that. Did I say he was drunk? I didn't say he was drunk. Everything came back clean. His toxicology was clean. It's a horrific case. He's being charged with murder, 4 counts of murder. Alan Jackson has recently been hired. He had another attorney. He still hasn't been arraigned, and this goes back to 2023. He's out on $4 million bail or bond. And Alan Jackson's been brought onto the team. He asked for an adjournment. So I think that the arraignment is going to happen. He was speeding, which is reckless, 100%. But does that, I'm not going to argue about it right now with whether or not I think that rises to the level of murder. The trial is not going to happen for a very, very long time. So there is no, the super chat said drunk driver. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. It wasn't me. He wasn't drunk. He wasn't drunk. He wasn't drunk. So this trial is going to be pushed out far. Fraser Baum. I have someone, sweetheart attorney, because we can't get documents on Fraser Baum. Baum, you say Baum, I say Baum. We can't get documents because you can't get them online. You have to go to the courthouse to get them. She's an attorney in California. She went to Van Nuys yesterday to the courthouse because you know me, I'm fact-based. I like to see the facts and the indictment and the documents. And she went to Van Nuys to the courthouse and said they gave her a partial paper file on the case. The clerk explained to her, shout out to Kirsten, by the way, that the recent documents are online only and only viewable from a single non-working dinosaur computer in the library. Clerk said he's getting IT on the job, and they're going to see about getting the non-working dinosaur computer to work because that's the only place that you can get the documents on the Fraser Baum case. So thank you, Kirsten, for doing the Lord's work and trying. Some states are easier than others. Some states you have to go to the courthouse. And so that's kind of crazy. Federal cases are very easy for me. I have a Pacer account. I can go online and access federal documents from anywhere and pay for them. And so Kirsten, I love you with all of my heart. And we can't get the documents. And I want to see the documents. I want to go through the indictment with you. I want to go through the charges because I think if we go through the charges together and we see them on paper and we look at the statutes with regard to murder, and I'm not even sure if he's charged with first-degree murder, nobody's got the documents. If anybody has the documents, of course, please email me the documents, but I can't get them and I don't want to talk about it until I have documents. We can talk about rumor, conjecture, speculation. It doesn't do anybody any good. Oh, yeah, she's sorry for writing drunk. No, it wasn't your fault. You just probably just heard that. Thank you for your super sticker again. And thank you for another super sticker. And she says, I'm dedicated to your channel for your attorney expertise, not what cases need at the moment. Thank you. Gigi's got the silver bracelets already says, my husband would never poison me, number one. Number two, my husband would have not have left my side. Number three, I love my husband and appreciate him even more than I did before I started watching this. Four, there is a special place in hell for this Diablo. Diablo, that reminds me of a Seinfeld episode. Everything reminds me of a Seinfeld episode, right? Everything reminds me of a Seinfeld episode. And it was Putty. It was Putty at the Devils game, Los Diablos, and he painted like his whole entire, we were at a hockey game, he painted his body. And they all had like letters painted on their body for the Devils game. That was hilarious. Thank you for the 20. And it sounds like your husband is a sweetheart. Tara Carney says, I mixed Paris Rave video up. Thank you. Did they give you permission to do that? Thanks, Derek. I'll take a look. But I'm gonna just say that if they ask you to take it down, can you take it down? Because copyright and whatnot. I only have permission to play Paris Ray and stuff because it's my kid's band. And so I will look. Thank you, Derek. KLM, DUI guy has the transcripts from the preliminary hearing. He said he had to pay for them. Maybe you can ask him. Oh, maybe I can buy them from him or chip in. Maureen Scott says, Melanie talks to DUI guy. I call him Larry. Thank you, KLM. But I want to see the actual charging documents. You know, like transcripts are good too. And yeah, sure, I'll take it. But I really want to see the charging documents and the affidavit of probable cause. And GP Jog Rule says, has Karen Reed taught many of you nothing? Stop talking about rumor or garbage coming from mainstream media. Shame on you. Shame on you. Kraken Studio, ask Josh at Courtroom Confidential to ask Alan Jackson for them. Well, I have my own private relationship with Alan Jackson. So if I wanted to go that route, I wouldn't need to go through Josh. I could do it myself, but I also would never like impose that kind of a favor on an attorney of record in the case. So I don't think that he would leak them. Kimberly's waving. Valley was charged again. Don't know anything about that. Let me check the, I want to show you the interview of the side piece as such. Yeah, I went to Cancun with Alan. Kraken Studios just being silly. I know. The as such interview that the side piece gave to. What happened? Did YouTube just change their format like while I'm on the stream? I don't know. I can't keep up with all these changes. All right, this is the audio is not that great, but we can suffer through. It's only a minute and 36 seconds. This is the other woman speaking out about Colorado dentist allegedly poisoning his wife, and this was published by. This is June 12th of 2023. Remember, he was arrested right in March. So I'm assuming there was no autopsy ever. Do we know if there was an autopsy? Does anybody know? See what Karen Kane has to say.
It was a murder case that captured the nation earlier this year.
Okay.
Dentist Dr. James Craig accused of fatally poisoning his wife, Angela Craig, a mother of 6. According to the arrest affidavit, authorities suggest he had murdered her to be with another woman. That woman, Texas orthodontist Karen Kane, now speaking out in an ABC News exclusive.
Do you think that James Craig allegedly poisoned his wife to clear the deck so he could be with you?
There's no way I motive. There's been no planning a future together.
She says he told her he was also going through a divorce as she had been.
He told me they hadn't been living together. He had an apartment.
Kane visiting Craig in Denver. Angela was on life support after suffering a seizure.
He at no point seemed stressed or anxious or, I mean, really, I had to drag it out. I'm like, are you sure you're okay? Because he seemed okay.
Kane says they met for dinner twice. Soon after Angela was pronounced dead, Craig was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. Investigators questioned Karen, who was in shock.
I can't even imagine the loss of a family member, and then to consider that it could be at the hands of someone that had been in the family for 25 years.
Craig was in court Wednesday for a preliminary hearing. He has not yet entered a plea but maintains his innocence. Rena Roy, ABC News, New York.
Watch breaking news on YouTube. Subscribe.
Okay, well, that was Karen Kane. Calm down, Tinkerbell says. That is the guy who interviewed the McAlberts. I don't understand these people either. I don't know. I don't get it either. Shannon says, I don't understand the mentality of this. Rather than just divorce, it just shows how diabolical and greedy a person can be. They met for dinner twice, yeah. And they were going to be together forever. And they had expressed their love for each other after like 48 hours. They met at like a conference, like a dental or orthodonture conference. Yeah, and they called each other honey, says Hot for the Hillside. Okay, the Arkansas case is called Aaron Spencer. And since the creator, the membership link is in the video description notes. I started using Nightbot, and then I set up all these commands for Nightbot with the membership link in there and everything else. Thank you for asking, though. Thank you, Laura. It's in the notes below this video. You just have to like close out the chat and it will say join, become a member, something like that. And then Nightbot started timing people out right away. So I don't know. Let me see if I can find somebody tagged me in a TikTok. So let me pull it up to give you a basic overview. And hopefully this creator will be okay with it because she said in her TikTok video, we need more eyes on this. So let me see that. Okay, it's she says it desperately needs eyes on it. Amber Bowden Vance, somebody named TWL tagged me in the comments. So thank you for that. It is 7 minutes long. So let me pull this up so you can watch it. So I can go off screen for a quick minute and refill my drink. But if you want to fall into the rabbit hole, let's do it. Because Aaron Spencer, AAARON, we can call him, needs our help. I don't know how I can full screen this. Here we go. He needs our help. I think he's being framed, or he definitely killed the guy, but the guy needed killing. But apparently, maybe the sheriff was involved in on it too. Laura, you did it, Laura! Yay, Laura did it! Yay! All right, so I'm going to be right back. Don't miss me too much. I don't know if we know about life insurance. I didn't hear about life insurance. Is that in Arkansas? The case name is Aaron Spencer. She does a great job breaking it down. If you're on TikTok, go follow her. Let me go refill my drink. And let me put her on for you to tell you about Aaron Spencer. And then you tell me if you think that we can help Aaron Spencer, because we freed Karen Reed, you guys. We did. Just let me know that you can hear this. Really need more eyes. Hold on.
There's an ongoing case in my home state of
Can you hear it?
Arkansas that desperately needs more eyes. This is the case of Aaron Spencer. A little after 1 a.m. on October 8th, 2024, in Cabot, Arkansas, 36-year-old Aaron Spencer woke up to the sound of his daughter's dog barking. He got up to investigate and quickly realized that his 14-year-old daughter was not in her bed. The Lonoke County Sheriff's Office received the call reporting a missing juvenile at 1:12 a.m. Aaron's wife, Heather, waited for the police while Aaron jumped in his truck to go look for their child. And a bit miraculously, in my opinion, he actually passed the truck where he saw his daughter sitting in the front seat. And driving that vehicle was 67-year-old Michael Fossler, the creepy old man who just the summer before had been arrested for stalking and essaying this girl. Well, Aaron whipped that truck around and chased them, which actually took them back past their house. And Heather was outside and she watched, horrified and screaming, as Fossler's white Ford F-150 flew past, followed quickly by her husband. Aaron tried to force the truck to stop, but Fossler would not. He ran. Aaron saw him turn on Highway 286 East, heading in the direction of Fossler's home, and he did the only thing left to do to stop them. He rammed his truck into Fossler's truck, forcing them off the road and into the ditch, near the intersection of Highway 286 East and Highway 13 North. Aaron jumped out of his vehicle and he saw his daughter trying to exit the other truck, but she was pulled back inside, and then Michael Fossler got out of his truck, and he lunged at Aaron, screaming, "F you," and Aaron opened fire. He emptied the clip of his pistol into Michael Fossler, then jumped on top of him, pistol whipped him, and then got his daughter out of that truck. Once she was safely back inside her father's vehicle, Aaron immediately called 911 a second time and reported that his daughter was safe and her abductor was laying dead on the side of the road. Now, I feel like it's important to fully understand the backstory here. Beginning in the spring of 2024, when the Spencer's daughter was only 13 years old, a very quiet, shy, and homeschooled girl, who also at the time spent a lot of her days helping to care for her dying grandfather. She was in a vulnerable place in an already vulnerable age in life, and she began spending more time away from home at the home of family friends that the Spencers trusted like family. But unknown to her parents, their young daughter was being manipulated and groomed and then repeatedly violated by the boyfriend of this trusted friend, Michael Fossler. In the summer of 2024, this girl confided to a family member that she had been raped, and that family member told her parents. And then she also confessed what had been happening to her multiple times by this 67-year-old predator. Fossler was arrested after that. He was charged with 2 counts of internet stalking of a child, 2 counts of fourth-degree sexual assault, 2 counts of sexual indecency with a child, possession of child pornography, and 35 counts of pandering or possessing medium depicting sexual conduct with a child. That is 42 charges of crimes against a child. Fossler was scheduled to go to trial that December, where the Spencer daughter was going to stand as the only witness to testify against him. So a no contact order was given, and the police assured these parents that they were taking this very seriously. Yet it didn't take long for Michael Fossler to be released on a very low bond. In that October, on the night of this terrible incident, the Spencer family still had that no contact order against him, which clearly stopped absolutely nothing. And Aaron Spencer, a dedicated husband, a dedicated father, and a decorated war veteran, did what he had to do to protect his child and to protect himself. And in light of that looming trial, where Michael Fossler faced multiple felonies, after he again lured this girl outside and took her from the safety of her home in the middle of the night and then assaulted her again, she was later that same morning taken to Arkansas Children's Hospital, where this essay was confirmed. I have little to no doubt that Michael Fossler had absolutely no intentions of returning that girl home alive. But there has been some interesting information that's come out about Michael Fossler. It seems that before moving to Arkansas, he was former law enforcement in Indiana. He's Stark County Sheriff's deputy for years and the former police chief of the town of Hamlet. Later, he was a school resource officer. And since this case hit the news and gained widespread attention, multiple other women have come forward to this family about their experiences with this man, who apparently had been preying on young women and girls since the time he was in high school. And somehow, he always got away with it. There's also been allegations that he has gone to some violent lengths to keep it that way. Aaron Spencer very likely saved his daughter's life that night, but that is not the way he has been treated. When police arrived on scene, Aaron was arrested for first-degree murder, though he ended up getting charged with second-degree murder with an enhancement of using a firearm, which is a charge that could result in a life sentence. And as if that is not outrageous enough, the court documents reveal something startling, scary, and very, very telling. When Aaron Spencer was arrested around 3 a.m., he was placed in the back of a police car, and then the Lonoke County Sheriff John Staley, arrived on the scene. He pulled Aaron out of the car and gave him a little talk. Told him, "Don't worry, buddy, you'll be home soon." gave him a pat on the back, and put him back in this cop car. But this time, there was a glass pipe sitting in that back seat with him. They were very clearly setting this man up. Luckily, Aaron reacted exactly the way he should have. He immediately threw a fit and demanded to be drug tested because he is not a drug user, and he was able to prove it. And fingerprints were later found on that glass that did not match Aaron Spencer. So not only did he not fall into that trap, his attorney also filed a motion to block mention of this from the trial to ensure that the prosecution could not use it, to even suggest a false depiction of Aaron as some type of drug user. And it also gave us this lovely paper trail, exposes the corruption inside this sheriff's department. And it turns out that not only is Michael Fossler former law enforcement in Indiana, he also had connections to people in power in Arkansas, like to the family of Sheriff Staley. Imagine that. And this particular sheriff, by the way, has also been accused of using his power to protect predators. And that's not the only accusation against him either. In fact, in September 2019, the sheriff and the jail administrators were sued by a former inmate alleging that he was denied medical care for his serious medical needs while he was incarcerated, for retaliation for their grievances against him. And in June 2022, a civil lawsuit was filed by the family of Hunter Britton. Do y'all remember this story? Horrible. This unarmed 17-year-old
No.
boy was shot and killed by a Lonoke County deputy during a routine traffic stop in 2021. And the family brought that lawsuit not only against the deputy, who, by the way, was charged with negligent homicide, but sentenced to only 1 year in prison. 1 year for this boy's life. But they also sued Sheriff Staley. And in August 2024, another lawsuit was filed against the sheriff and jail staff members, alleging of known SA against female inmates. The complaint describes the jail as a place where women are seen, selected, and sampled for the ultimate pleasure of the kings. If you're a woman, stay out of Lonoke County. But either way, this is a very obvious trend, and it shows something rotten inside this department. And this time, this corruption is pointed at a father who was forced to protect his daughter with deadly force from a known predator with friends in power. This shit makes me livid, y'all. Aaron Spencer goes to trial on September 22nd of this year, with a pretrial hearing on August 8th. And we really need as many eyes as possible on this case, watching closely to make sure that a heroic father does not get taken down by corrupt officials for protecting his own child when nobody else did. Please help share this. Please support Aaron Spencer. There's a Facebook page y'all can go like, the We Support Aaron Spencer page. And if you are financially able and you want to donate to this family, because you know they are spending a fortune on this defense, I am going to put the link to their fundraiser in the Linktree thing. And I will try to give updates as the trial approaches.
All right. What do you think? You think we need to free Aaron Spencer? I think, I mean, how could he be convicted of a jury of his peers? Any father in that situation probably would have done the same thing. Truckers Against Tie Clips is here and says, welcome to Norfolk County, Arkansas. Wild, too, that the Indiana Sheriff's Department is involved in that, too, right? Yeah, I think we need some more eyes on this. We got a new crusade. Free AAARON, says Ms. 86 Corpse. What's the deal in Arkansas? I've never covered a case in Arkansas before. I don't know what goes on there. Do I have any boots in the ground? Is anybody here from Arkansas? I do, I don't do the Facebook, but apparently they said there's a Facebook page. What'd they say? Free Aaron Spencer, free Aaron Spencer. All right. I think we found our next. Thank you so much to whoever I shouted out before, because, that sent this to me, or it just tagged me on it on TikTok. And I don't go on TikTok a lot. Somebody made a fake account, a fake TikTok account in my name. I have a TikTok, and then there's another TikTok that is pretending to be me that clips my content daily. So if they're going to clip it, clip this portion of it. And what is such a shame about that, I've tried to get TikTok to take it down because it's not me, but they're pretending to be me. And I don't know if they're engaging with people and pretending to be me, but the clips that they make of my content are really good. Like, if I knew who this person was, I would hire them to clip my content and pay them to do it because it's that good. And so there isn't a TikTok account out there that is not me, just so you know. And I'm glad that whoever tagged me tagged the right me and not the wrong. So I don't know how to get TikTok to take it down. But on the other hand, I'm like, all right, well, I'm getting free publicity from it. But we need to find out. I need documents on this. I don't know if it's going to be televised. There are 3. I have 3 TikTok accounts. Well, I mean, I guess imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. What I'll do is I'll show you my real TikTok. Here's my real TikTok. So how many of you are even on TikTok? I don't know. But this is my real TikTok. So this is the picture that I use. Well, now they'll just change their picture. I have 8,576 followers. And then the fake me, this is the fake me, who does a really good job. Like I said, clipping my stuff is this one. Wait, no. Because I just started reposting their content because I was like, all right, well, it's my content anyway. I'll just repost my own content. No, that's not it. Hold on. They have more followers than I do. The fake me has more followers than the real me, okay? Because you can't make this up. And they've got 12,000 followers, but they're not following anyone, which is a good way to find out that it's the wrong one. And then look at how many videos they have of all of my stuff. And oh wait, I'm sharing the wrong tab. Here. This is the wrong one. So this is the fake one. They've got more followers. They've got 12,000 followers. And I have, what did I say? 8,000 or something. And so they have all these videos of me and my content, and they do a really nice job clipping it. So, and oh, look, here's me talking about the Turtle Boy trial. Apparently. He's had different suits on. This must be the final day. Maybe this was I mean, they make great content for me. It's unfortunate that I don't even know if it's a real person. It's like it must be a bot or something. I especially like the clips they made of me with David Yannetti and Bob Olson. And I heard Bob Olson is starting a podcast. So that's going to be coming, I think, soon. So that should be interesting. But this is wild, and I don't know how to get TikTok to take it down. So maybe if everybody reports it, they'll take it down. But maybe, my kids are like, just keep it up. It's free publicity for you. But I just don't want them like corresponding with people pretending to be me, because that's, dangerous and all. All right. So AAARON, let me see if there's anybody in here who knows more about AAARON. Alive Through Spite says part of the issue is that the judge issued a gag order and then sealed the order. They had to ask the Supreme Court of Arkansas to get it removed. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Little Cupcake says it's all good until they switch it up to post other stuff you wouldn't want to be associated with. I know. I've been telling them to take it down. They won't do it. So do they televise trials in Arkansas? Like, do you think they're going to have this? Spencer v. State of Arkansas is available on Justia and has the ruling on the gag order. Okay, I'll do a deeper dive later and see what I can find on it, because I think our new mission is to free Aaron Spencer. Any father in his position would have done the same. And yeah, do they get paid for my pirated content? But how do I get them to take it down? I don't know. I'll figure it out, I guess, when I have time. Laura says these texts are like reading her diary. It's really sad. We're like listening to a dying woman. They're making money off of me. Are they monetized though? How do you monetize on TikTok? I don't even know. Thank you, Miss Mojo Rising. Can everybody just go report that account then? Maybe it'll help if everybody reports it if you're on TikTok. No way it will be televised. Susie Q's laughing at me. She's like, no way will it be televised. And that's Susie Q. And then Sandy B says, I live in Arkansas. Is anybody going to? Oh, Deborah, there's always one. Mel, I love your channel, but Anytime anybody says, I love your channel, but it's kind of hypocritical to say that Karen Reed and Turtle Boy have the presumption of innocence and not say that here. What do you mean? You're talking about the dentist? Not that I think he's innocent, but he's convicted. He is. Well, he has the presumption of innocence. Isn't that obvious? Do I have to say that every time I cover a case, that everyone is presumed innocent until proven guilty? Saying that he looks pretty damn guilty from the evidence that happened a couple of days after her death, all of the evidence that they already had. And it's disturbing to me that there may not have been an autopsy ever done. I think you're talking about James Craig, right? Or are you talking about the content creator who's taking my TikTok stuff? Or are you talking about Aaron Spencer? We're covering a lot of things here today, and we have a lot of side conversations going. Yeah, that one's revolting to me. GSLH, the case in Waterbury, Connecticut. The stepmother kept her stepson hidden for 20 years. He had a fire at his home, at her home, and the firemen found him. Yeah, he's been, that is so disturbing to me. So disturbing, that case in Connecticut. Pre-trial is going on right now, and it's televised. I tell you what, I hate that case. I hate Shonda Vander Ark with a passion. She's trying to say that she did not have, I don't know what she's trying to do, but I could not, the horrifics of that Shonda Vander Ark case and what she did to her son is revolting. And I cannot stomach Stephen Stearns and Madeline Soto. I have 5 kids. These crimes against children just really get to me. And some of them I can cover, some of them I can't. Wallflower, I imagine you do have a nice channel, but though, I know. Oh, thanks, Helena. I'll put it up again on the screen. It's the account that uses I use a different profile on TikTok than I use on YouTube. So they took my YouTube profile picture, and this is what it's called. Attorney.melanie.l. Like small L. I think it's an L. Maybe it's an I. They're following 0 people. That's how you can tell. Calm down, Tinkerbell says they have more evidence on Proctor. They had more evidence on him than Proctor did on Karen 16 hours into the investigation. Yeah. What was the better investigation, though? The one that we just read or the Richard Schiffer rubber duck investigation? Because that police report was like 36 pages. And my God, did they do an investigation on Richard Schiffer for those little rubber duckies? Alive Through Spite says Arkansas can allow cameras in the courtroom, but is at the judge's discretion. And Elmore has already proven that she will do anything she can to avoid criticism. That's the judge, I take it. Sounds like Alive Through Spite knows a lot about this Aaron Spencer case. Reed, hi, Jedzia, says, please look into Francis Gigliotti, who died in the struggle with law enforcement in Haverhill yesterday. 7 officers suspended. There's also a woman who died in custody. Somebody sent me that. I'm still reeling over the pictures of Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert that they sent to Fox Digital to do their little story about their pictures from Caitlin's wedding and doing their little story about how, Carrie Roberts did an interview with them about how she's being so hard. It's just beyond. Carrie Roberts. They're not taking her calls at the Norfolk County DA's office. They've ghosted her, and she's mad. Thank you, Jadzia. 7 officers were suspended in Haverhill. Somebody sent me a story about another woman that died in custody. I don't know. It may have been, I don't know. I don't know what they're saying on that. Norman, can you change your name on TikTok to the real one and only Melanie Little? Thanks, Norman. Oh, Hopper the Hillside says, I love your channel. Full stop. Thank you. Were any of my Boulder friends in the chat? Because check what I got. Check out what I got on. My Dark Horse hoodie. And if you know, you know. Heard they're tearing the Dark Horse down. They've been talking about it for a while, but really, it is an institution in Boulder. Dark Horse, Burger Madness. They still have Burger Madness. Laura became a member. Michelle said he drugged her, but she stayed with him. What? Yeah. They had 6 kids together. She loved him. I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to leave. I don't know. Gigi's got the silver bracelets ready. Gifted 10 memberships. Thank you. That is so sweet. So sweet of you and so generous of you. And I love you with all of my heart. And to the 10 new members, welcome. Welcome. You get special emojis. It's one of the perks. Laura says these texts are like reading her diary. Yeah. Just emailed you an article on him from June of 2025. On Spencer? Oh, thank you. Oh, so it looks like they ordered that the court files be made public. So it looks like I'm going to be able to get some of the records. Thank you. So collaborative. You guys are so collaborative. Thanks, Julie. So here we go for all of you who are joining me in this deep dive to free Aaron Spencer. Some more details for you so you can fall back into the rabbit hole. I have to take that headline off because it says molesting in it and they don't like that on YouTube. This is just from January 25th, I believe. I'm sorry, June 24th, 2025. That's Aaron Spencer. I think that's a turkey. After the Arkansas Supreme Court ordered the court files be made public, we now have a clearer picture of what happened the night Aaron Spencer killed Michael Fossler, a Lonoke County man who had previously been arrested and charged with sexual offenses against Spencer's teenage daughter. The court's records had been sealed pursuant to a broad gag order from Circuit Judge Barbara Elmore, but last month the Arkansas Supreme Court struck down the gag order and criticized Elmore's actions. According to records obtained by the Arkansas Times, Spencer initially called 911 just after 1 a.m. on October 8th of 2024 to report his 13-year-old daughter missing. Spencer told police he'd been awakened by his dog barking, went to his daughter's room to check on her, and saw she was missing. He said he suspected she was with Fossler, 67, who had been arrested in July and charged with 43 counts, including essay of a minor and internet stalking of a child, related to Fossler's pursuit of Spencer's then 13-year-old daughter. Okay, so he was arrested and charged with 43 counts, and then he was let out, and then she was 13, and then now she's missing, and she's with him. So here's what happened. You saw the TikTok, right? The arrest affidavit for Spencer says he went to look for his daughter and Fossler after calling 911 the first time. The Lonoke County Sheriff's Office contacted Cabot Police to ask them to check a specific address. Prior to hearing back from Cabot Police, however, 911 dispatch got a second call from Spencer, who said he had located the, quote, man who kidnapped his daughter and his daughter, but that Fossler was dead on the side of the road and that he had no choice. The affidavit contains Spencer's recounting of how the deadly interaction unfolded. Spencer saw Fossler's white Ford F-150 turn onto Highway 236 East toward Fossler's home. He turned around and chased after Fossler's vehicle, flashing his lights and honking his horn to get Fossler to pull over. When the two vehicles arrived at the intersection of Highways 236 East and 13 North, Spencer rammed his truck into the rear of Fossler's, sending the F-150 into the ditch. The affidavit continues. Spencer then stated that he exited his vehicle with his firearm in hand and ordered Fossler out of his vehicle and to lay down in the ditch. Spencer stated that he observed his daughter trying to exit the passenger side of the vehicle, but it appeared that Fossler had grabbed her and stopped her from getting out. Spencer then stated that Fossler exited his vehicle and had something in his hand, but Spencer did not know what it was. Spencer stated that Fossler then lunged toward him, saying, "F you." Spencer stated that he then opened fire on Fossler, emptying his weapon before jumping on top of Fossler and pistol whipping him. Spencer then stated that he got his daughter out of the vehicle and returned to his truck, where he reloaded his weapon and called 911. According to the police report, Spencer shot Fossler in the chest, arms, and abdomen with a Glock 19 Gen 4 pistol. Like I would know the difference. The report does not say how many times each body part was hit. Wait. The report does not say how each body part was hit, though a standard magazine for a Glock 19 holds 15 rounds. Regarding the pistol whipping of Fossler, the report notes that there was blood on the outside of the weapon when police recovered it. Spencer bonded out of the Lonoke County Jail the following day. The case quickly grew attention both inside Arkansas and beyond. On November 27th, prosecutors charged Spencer with second-degree murder and commission of a felony with a firearm. That same day, Spencer's attorneys, Aaron Casanelli and Michael Kaiser, issued a statement calling Spencer, I almost thought it said a decorated dude, but it doesn't. It says a decorated war hero who protected his country and a loving father whose heroic actions protected his family. They said Fossler repeatedly violated his child and kidnapped her in the dark of night to continue his assaults on her. The statement criticized prosecutors for bringing charges against Spencer at all, accused prosecutors of perpetuating these horrors instead of protecting legitimate victims and punishing true criminal offenders, and thanked those who had voiced their outrage over the treatment AAARON, his child, and the rest of his family had suffered. The following week, prosecutors asked Judge Elmore for an order preventing Spencer's attorneys and anyone else from saying anything about the case to anyone. Spencer's attorneys filed a 19-page response to the prosecutor's motion on December 9th. Less than 30 minutes later, yeah, I agree with you. Independent Thoughts says you should get a medal for public service. Thank you, Julie, for emailing me this again and for your super chat. Less than 30 minutes later, Elmore, this judge, granted the petition, the prosecutor's motion, and entered a gag order. She also sealed the entire case file despite neither side requesting it. Oh, tangle web we weave. Spencer appealed the order, and in March, the Arkansas Supreme Court stayed the case pending their decision. On May 29th, the High Court struck down the gag order and sent the case back to Lonoke County for further proceedings. Pretrial hearing in the case is now scheduled for August 8th. A 5-day trial is set to begin on September 22nd. That's it. It's only going to be a 5-day trial. I mean, who wants to go to Arkansas? I mean, this is a case that should have signs outside. This is like, people should be protesting outside with signs. 5-day trial. Arkansas, not your Kansas, Arkansas. September 22nd. Where is this? Lonoke County? Let's take a field trip, says Jeff Sneaker Arena. It is bad. It's bad. Jazia says most fathers would do that in the same situation. I know they have to be careful not to green light that, but I think a jury will struggle to convict. I have no idea. I have no idea what goes on in Arkansas, or people are going to be like, I don't know what the gun laws are there, so I don't know if you're allowed to, I don't know if you have like a make my day law. Like, oh, Elaine, thank you for your very generous Venmo. And she loves taco soup. And I'm cracking her up. And she sent me the recipe for taco soup. Elaine, I love you. Thank you for keeping me entertained and for sending me the recipe for taco soup. You're the best. The best. Elaine says that she also hates the dentist. I actually like the dentist. I like my dentist. And thank you. Thank you, Nora, for your Venmo. Says, thanks for the James Craig trial coverage. I wish we could have watched the opening statements. I guess we're going to have to do that tomorrow because they wouldn't do it live and the audio and video sucked. So we have to wait for Law and Crime or somebody to get it up with better feed. But then we can't really watch the whole thing anyway. Yeah, it is kind of reminiscent of Brian Camp, right? Perimenopause Princess says. Hot for the hillside, coming in hot. Wait, we got another crooked she judge sealing files because she feels like it. No, Welshie. No, Welshie. Welshie. I gotta delete that because it's not true. Not true. Judge Canoni is not going to be the judge on the Karen Reed case. Yes, she's sitting in Plymouth. Yes, she's in a civil division, but no, it's fake news. When you want the real news, come to me. Please come to me. People run with it, and it's not confirmed, and that's why we delete the fake news here. Sandy says we like guns here. I mean, in Arkansas, open carry and all that stuff. Turtle Boy's coming on the show Sunday night because you all wanted it. We all wanted it. I always knew he was going to come on. We just needed to schedule it. He's on a tour. He's on a tour. So he's coming to me next Sunday night at 7. I didn't put it up yet, but he did. He put out a tour poster. So I don't know. Hopefully we can make it different from all of the 500 other interviews that he's done. Hopefully. Free Jazzia, thank you very much. Thank you, Norman. Covered that. Gigi's got the silver bracelets already. Says, "Aw, don't you love it when someone calls you Mel and then insults you?" Always got one. I'm convicted himself. What I love is what I usually do in the check the pinned comments for the videos, because usually when people write me really nasty comments, I pin them and then respond to them, and then you all get in there and respond back. Somebody said like something so stupid the other day, like, "You're I'm already 9 minutes in, and I thought you were going to read the Bettero letter, and I don't have time for this." Like on replay. First of all, it's called a live stream because we interact with each other. And second of all, do you not know there's a fast forward button on your end? Dude, really? And it's always a man. It's always a man with the misogynistic comments. I said, well, you had time to stop and write this comment. Really? Thank you, Tracy. Tracy eBay Warhol says the Supreme Court of Arkansas has lifted the gag order. Thank you. Piney Woods. Hi, all you fabulous cupcakes. Melanie, I took some pictures while in Tennessee that I thought would make you smile. How do I send them to you? I read that dentists are the most suicide of all the medical professionals. No, I think there's a lot in also lawyers, doctors. I don't know, a lot of substance abuse in those professions as well. My email is fanbase at mlittlelaw.com. I can't be your pen pal though. And don't send me like things to open because I'm afraid of viruses and stuff like that. If you just attach them in the body of the email, that would be great. What were you doing in Tennessee? Thank you for your 20, Piney Woods. Scott coming in hot. If it weren't for stupid men, there'd be no cases to cover. Exactly, Brandy the Baker. Lots of people have been killed on the PCH in that same stretch of roadway. They've been talking about fixing it for a long time. No one has ever been charged with murder, even when they were drinking, right? Even when. Find out about the judge on the AARON case, says Mary. Linda says, yeah, we got to do something about this case. There's another corrupt police officers and everything else involved. Yeah, we got to help him. Sorry, I forgot his name. His name is Aaron Spencer. No fake news here. I can't do it. I just want to take a quick purview and see if anybody put up these opening statements yet. We can do it later, or we can do it tomorrow, or who knows what other news is going to break in between. Yeah, rest in peace, Angela. Thanks, Stephanie, for getting us back to the topic at hand about Angela. Let's see. Well, Denver 7, who said they were going to do gavel-to-gavel coverage, there's a 3-minute piece, which looks like a news piece, and then a 2-minute piece. And I guess when they said gavel-to-gavel coverage, they just meant they were going to be live tweeting. In fact, somebody was live tweeting yesterday and then had to delete all their tweets because I think they got in trouble by somebody at the courthouse. They had to delete all their tweets because it's a very, very strict order on what they were allowed to talk about or say. So it's not up yet. All right. All right, my loves. My cupcakes. Anything else you want to talk about before we wrap for the day? Kraken Studio dentist case, open, close, verdict only. Yeah, those are the only things that are going to be televised. So there are people that you can follow for live tweeting of it. So there's not going to be a lot that we're going to get to cover. But what oh, Mama, she's here. Love your channel, but I love your face more. Oh, I love your face more. And you're very generous. You're very generous to me. Cash App doesn't let me send you a note back. Like, thank you. But you're very, very generous with your Cash App, and I love you. Sheree, I sent a link from Fox News live on Facebook that showed the opening statements that had decent audio. It's not on anymore. It had really bad audio. I clicked on it earlier. Somebody else sent it to me when it was live. Part of it was muted. Part of it was not. I mean, some of it was. So I was waiting for somebody professional to like clean up the audio. No word on the Walsh decision yet. Nope. Not yet. I mean, I can look at mass courts right now before I give you false information. It's not in my inbox anyway. It usually would be by now if it was. I tried that, Sheree. It just didn't do it for me. I couldn't really hear it very well. And it says they're going to post it later on their platform, and then it muted out for no apparent reason. But there will be a hearing on Walsh next week, so we can cover that. It's going to be the argument on the motion to dismiss. And hopefully, since the motion is impounded, hopefully they're going to televise the motion to dismiss. These people need to get on it with the cameras in the courtroom because even when they're allowed in, they don't go and they don't do it. They're not doing the work. I don't see any decision yet. I just see that the opposition to the motion to dismiss on Walsh was sealed. That was on the 7th. Then on the 10th, they sent the discovery notice, but there's no order yet on the motion, on the suppression motion, which we are all anxiously awaiting. I'll tell you what day it is. It is it's the 24th, so it's next Thursday. It's supposed to be at 9 a.m., the hearing on the motion to dismiss on Walsh. Thursday, Rex Heuermann is in court again. I may try and get out there for that. He's the accused, because innocent until proven guilty, Long Island serial killer. They're still arguing about DNA. And as such, there is that. Put it on your calendar. You want to watch The Sting for the movie club? Multiple crimes committed in the flick. Let me just check one more thing in my inbox and see if anything else came in. That is it for now. We'll see. We'll see what else we can find. Thank you for the taco soup recipe, Elaine. I will we'll be back tomorrow morning. I don't know what time you think is good. 10, 10:30. I'm open. I'm here for you. Whatever time works for you guys. All right, make sure you have your notifications set. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. Make sure YouTube did not unsubscribe you, because they do that sometimes because they're so wonky. And it feels just like yesterday for me too. Cast me out 420. Feels just like yesterday, but we've been together for 14 months. I know I have to plan like 100K celebration stream. It's just been so busy. And I wanted to like invite a whole bunch of people on and do like an all-star thing and have all your favorites on to chat and do a thing. Like maybe on a Sunday night, I'm going to do Turtle Boy, so I can't do it then. Maybe another night. So just make sure you have your Kelsey Fitzsimmons. I know I'm talking to Tim Bradle about coming on too. So there's that. To talk about both Turtle Boy's case and Kelsey Fitzsimmons. So let's do all of the things. Okay. Just make sure you have, we got to do the unboxing for like a celebration for I finally got my play button. And now I blew by past 100 and now we're at 122K and we didn't even unbox the 100K plaque yet. Oh, I can't unsee it. Calm down, Tinkerbell. Thoughts on the glare. Asmel, I can't unsee it. He did like these mashups of like, and it's like his face on my hair. I can't. I won't even show it because I can't unsee it. I can't. Yeah, Mr. Reed went on with Kathy, with Billy Bush yesterday. That's all I'm going to say. You guys go watch it and let me know what you think. Bill Reed and I actually speak, and I never asked him to come on because I don't know. I just feel like he needs to rest and break and like, not, yes, those rest. Yes. Pimabo says, OMG, the dark horse. Remember those darn restroom doors? Oh yeah. It was great. Cause it would say like there was a men's room and a ladies room right next to each other. And it would say on the ladies room, it said men's room. And then it had an arrow pointing at the other door. And then on the ladies room, it says, men's room, and then has an arrow pointing at the other door. So you could always tell when people were newbies because they would go in the wrong door. It was very funny. I agree, Ashley. I didn't love some of the questions that were asked. So I thought, I was going to give Bill Reed some time to recoup. And if he ever wants to, he can always come on. But, I just like to let the family like take a break and rest, right? There's always going to be something to cover. Microdose has a great new video out on Kelly Dever. I'm going to link it for you right now in the chat so you can go watch it. I don't like to play people's content, as you know, without permission. And I would like Richie to get the views on this. So I'm going to put it right now in the chat and I will say that you should go, or you know what, maybe I can just teleport you over there to watch it. Let me just see if that'll work. I don't know if I can only teleport to live things or hold on. And then you can go watch it and, appreciate Microdots, AKA Richie's excellent work. Hold on. It's like I always say that I'm going to go and then I don't go because I have too much fun with you. I can't. He doesn't allow redirects. Why? Oh, wait, did I spell it wrong? Hold on. All right, I'll just put the link in the chat for you anyway, instead. It's called Officer Kelly Dever's Story Proven False. There it is. Gives you something to watch. Can't pin it because I try and click on it with my fat fingers and it just opens the video for me. So there it is. Go watch it. Enjoy. All right. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Stay amazing because you are amazing. See you tomorrow. Let's say 10. Well, we'll call it 10. Let me know what you want to talk about tomorrow because you never know what's going to happen. I can't teleport you over there because it's not set up. You can't do redirects. So just going to go on over and say hi. Peace. See you tomorrow, guys.